think anyone was quite ready for this. For everything, for just like out of nowhere, hey, by the way, Sonic the Hedgehog, we're already like we're ready. We're done. It comes out next week. It's like, oh, sure, yeah, no, definitely, definitely, for sure. Okay, yeah, no biggie. Um, okay, sorry, Twitter of all places was being weird. I just got my hair done, so it's like running in at the last, not the last second, but certainly didn't get to get everything ready as much as I usually like it, but we gonna be all right. We gonna be all right. Sonic the Torturer, yeah. Like, I mean, I see, like, obviously the reference is pretty clear, right? Like, what they're trying to say with Sonic's mechanic is very, straightforward. It's like, hey, if, something with haste runs into a wall, that'll, bling, 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 and all the stars pop around. It's just like, yeah, okay, like, we get it, you know. Um, that's, it's just you know it's just also kind of weird that he's technically hoping his friends waiting for his friends to get hurt so he can like what gain knowledge from it or something. Pretty wild. Pretty wild. Waiting causing, wait, what? Goes infinite with pyrohemia, amulet vigor, and a protection spell. Oh yeah, waiting is for his friends to be hurt. No, causing. Yeah, true. Also true. Also heckin' true. Alrighty, we're here. We're live. As soon as that button goes. Alright, cool. I'm gonna close that because I don't care. Alrighty. Chat, you know how it is. It is the deck building stream. We're gonna do the Sonic ones. I was very caught unawares. Like, I mean, I can obviously just like everyone else, completely caught off guard with the Sonic decks coming out. So I definitely don't have everything all set and ready to go. And like I usually do for the Final Fantasy ones, like usually I got kind of like everything planned out. So we're gonna have to. Weird. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Also, they're not on Moxfield. You can see right here on the little Moxfield builder, they don't have Sonic yet. They don't have Sonic yet, so we're gonna have to just put Optimus Prime there as for a quick second as the commander card, but it's fine. We have Sonic right here. We'll know what he does. And also, we don't have, like, I mean, we're straight up going to be having to go through, like, we're building this deck from the ground up to suit our needs. There we go. A little bit better there. It's on Moxfield. You need to uncheck legal. Oh, gotcha. Thank you. Show only legal cards. True. Thank you. I mean, that's weird because, like, I feel like I've done. I mean, we've done like cards that are not legal yet in the deck before, right? Don't we do that with like precons? Maybe. Oh no, precons as soon as they go live, they are on the gallery. That's right. When they no, I don't know. That's a good point. Thank you very much for telling me that. I kind of, yeah, weird, but okay, whatever. They tend to unflag automatically during preview. Oh, gotcha. Okay, well that explains it all. All right, cool. Well, yeah, we got Sonic the Hedgehog. All right. I'll be ready to actually begin the discussion in a quick second. Just got to get everything set up. But that's, you know, we're in wild times. But this is the positive timeline because I really like these decks. I'll get more into exactly what I like about them right about now. Right about after I hit this go live button. All right, now we're live, literally everywhere. And recording. Okay, chat. Welcome to Sonic the Hedgehog in Magic the Gathering. I don't think any of us really. I mean, it's less that we like didn't see it coming, but more about like when we thought this was going to happen, right? Like, these Secret Lairs... Excuse me. These Secret Lairs just happen, right? They just kind of come out of nowhere and just... They're just here. You're happy for Sonic and not Spider-Man set? No, I like both sets. But let's also double down on what a set is, right? Like, this is just a Sonic the Hedgehog Secret Lair. It's not a set. It's not a, It's not, you know, 300 cards being added into Magic plus 4 commander decks and, you know, new mechanics and in standard and all, blah, 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 blah. This is not that. That's the Spider-Man set. That means a bit more. This is Sonic the Hedgehog as a Secret Lair, right? So this is 6 mechanically unique cards, like mechanically unique commander cards, as well as 2 other Secret Lairs of reprints that have Sonic art on them. Well, yeah. We'll cover the Sonic art later, but right now we're just kind of gonna go through the actual Sonic the Hedgehog cards. But yeah, I'm excited for both. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm excited for both. I want both to exist and be here. I'm really happy, however, with this Secret Lair because the commanders are mechanically unique, and I like mechanically unique commanders. That does mean that they will reprint them as universes within versions of themselves at some point, which is fine. That does also mean that when the universes within versions of these cards come out, all of the names of the cards will switch to the Magic version of them, and I hate that. Chun-Li is the only version of Chun-Li that should be, like, referenced. It's just Chun-Li. Yeah, sure, Zafi's cool and her art's great, but, like, come on, dude. Like, what's wrong with Chun-Li? It's just Chun-Li. These cards are real, Sean, yes. Is this for this Monday? Yeah. Yes? Yeah. Monday, yep. Hello, hi, Roll, how you doing? Yeah, this Monday coming up. Alrighty. I think we're good to go. And let's kind of just like start with looking at the OG Sonic the Hedgehog. And actually, before we do that, we can do a quick look at all of them really fast, right? Let's do a quick look at each and every one of these just so you can see. So we have Sonic, right? Jeskai, 4 mana 2/4 Hedgehog warrior with haste, gotta go fast. Whenever Sonic the Hedgehog attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control with flash or haste. Whenever a creature you control with flash or haste is dealt damage, create a tapped treasure token, right? So we have the whole, like, Sonic and his friends, you know, all of them are able to turn into the little Sonic ball form during the different games and do their attack things, as well as, like, their own special powers. But they all have that ball form, right? So they all have, like, haste or flash. Being fast. They gotta go fast. So he gets to buff all of those friends when they come in, which is when they attack, which is cool. And then when they run into a spiked wall or they get blocked by Dr. Eggman's creatures, they take some damage, they pop into a bunch of rings, but at least you're still alive. It is very interesting that Sonic is simply waiting for your allies to take damage before he gets some rings out of them. Like, it's just funny. But considering one of the easiest and most consistent ways to, like, not die to creatures that come out of nowhere with haste, to, you know, ready to attack you, is to block them. Just block with your face. And Sonic, at the very least, is going to be like, hey, you did that, I'm going to get some value out of it. So I very much think that most of his deck will be full of, like, cards that have, obviously, haste and flash. And in Jeskai colors, we're going to find a lot of those. Let's look at next, Miles, Tails, Prower. The Shadow art looks unfinished while the Sonic art goes hard. I could agree with that, actually. Wiz needs to keep doing these. I love them. I love this as well. Miles, Tails, Prower. 1 blue and a white for a 3/1 legendary creature, Fox Artificer. A Fox Artificer. Tails has flash, flying, of course, and whenever a vehicle you control enters, draw a card if it has flying. Otherwise, put a flying counter on it. This is actually, like, a really very decently fun vehicle commander, right? Like, this is actually fun. Miles himself, you know, you draw cards. If the thing already has flying, cool, you draw cards, right? You put in a Smuggler's Copter, you have flying already. You put in a Sky Sovereign, you have flying. You have flying already, so you get to draw cards. That's really cool. If you put in Shorakai doesn't have flying. Now Shorakai will have flying. That's really cool. That's really, really cool. That's better than drawing a card in some instances, because now you're guaranteed that this creature will hit. And that's super sweet. Tails, best treatment for art? I would agree. Alright, next we have Amy Rose. A 2 red and a white 3/3 Hedgehog warrior with haste. Whenever Amy Rose attacks, attach up to 1 target equipment to her. Then you and up to 1 other target attacking creature gets +X/+O until end of turn, where X is Amy Rose's power. Cool, right? She gets to swing on in, turns into her little ball form, gets a big old hammer, and now she gets to add her attack power with that hammer to an ally. Super cool. Love that for her. Love that for this deck. She is clearly like a commander that you could build all on her own if you really wanted to. And then lastly, Knuckles the Echidna. A 2 red for a 2/4 Echidna warrior. So Echidna is now a straight up bona fide creature type. Double strike, trample, and haste. Whenever 1 or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, create a treasure token. And then Treasure Hunter, at the beginning of your upkeep, if you control 30 or more artifacts, you win the game. So I really, really like that all 3 of Sonic's main friends can all be in the Sonic deck, right? Like, one of the issues with earlier Secret Lairs, like, say, with Rick, Steadfast Leader, and, you know, just The Walking Dead in general, they were all different colors, so you couldn't really put them all in the same deck. You couldn't have, like, a Universes Beyond Walking Dead, These Survivors versus Zombies deck. You couldn't do that. And even in newer things, like the Marvel ones, you know, they're all separate colors. They're separate colors, and it makes sense that they're separate colors, right? Like, Wolverine isn't blue, you know? He's just not blue. And Black Panther definitely has, like, more of the, you know, the group mechanic of green-white, way more than Iron Man does, right? So that's super fair. It makes sense when, like, they do a good job at making the characters the colors that they are closest to. But all of these are Sonic's friends, right? Like, they're Sonic's closest friends. They work with him all the time. They all turn into their little Sonic balls and smash into Eggman's forces. So, yeah, they can go in the same deck. Sonic is here to lead the charge, and all three of his friends get to be there with him. That's super cool, right? Wish it was whenever a creature deals combat damage instead of one or more. Yeah, I mean, they gotta limit it. That's all. They just gotta limit it. This is obvious. Like, that's obviously like super strong. You can build just a treasure deck around Knuckles and win anyway. Also, Knuckles just says 30 or more artifacts, right? You don't need. It's not 30 or more treasures. It's 30 or more artifacts, and you simply win the game. That's pretty good. Is this legit? This is real. This is 100% real, Lord. 100% real. This is a Secret Lair coming out next Monday. Guess Knuckles got the same treatment as Shadow. I think Knuckles is complete. I do see what you mean though. Like, if people are kind of saying that, like, the art, like, on Sonic looks complete because he has shading, right? Like, there's shadow work on Sonic here. You have, like, you know, right where his brow is, above it. There's shading going on with this artistic style, right? That's what Evan Stanley has done with Sonic. When you look at Tails has some shading too, but he's, like, directly in the sunlight. Also, just, like, a different art style, right? Doesn't really look like it's coming from the Sonic cartoon. But then you look at Amy. Amy is also done by Evan. So this also has shading. I'd say this looks actually rather, basically straight from the comics, right? Like, straight from the comic books, less than the games. And then Knuckles, yeah, I mean, again, a different artist, right? So, like, there's not the same level of shading for Knuckles, right? It's not. It all kind of looks like the same light sources hitting every aspect of his body at the same time. You know, it just is what it is. Just a different artistic style. Gonna throw Knuckles in your Agnes treasure deck? Yeah. I kind of dislike the Knuckles art, but I love what he does. Yeah, it is what it is. And there will not be alternate arts for these because this is, you know, just the set. And then we go over into Dr. Eggman, because they actually also have Dr. Eggman. Dr. Eggman 2 blue, black, red for a 3/6 legendary creature human scientist with flying, and at the beginning of your end step, draw a card. Then each opponent faces a villainous choice. That player discards a card, or you may put a construct, robot, or vehicle card from your hand onto the battlefield. I really do like that Grixis, like, commander identity, especially for Universes Beyond things, because, you know, Magic deals with characters and villains that are, like, white or green or blue or black or red, right? Like, they have characters that embody mana in different ways, but they're all still villains, right? They're all villainous people, but they don't have to have, like, a lick of, like, black mana symbol in them, right? But when you're dealing with properties outside of Magic the Gathering, you know, Universes Beyond, there's a lot more, like, kind of cut and dry, like, good guy, bad guy, right? So, like, yeah, Sonic, red, white, and blue, you know, freedom, fast, and smart-ish, whatever. But in Dr. Eggman, Grixis, right? Like, selfish, passionate about what he does, and a brilliant scientist. That makes sense. And we're going to see a lot of villains in all Universes Beyond that kind of fit into that Grixis archetype because, yeah, most villains are mad scientists. Most villains are very selfish, and they're typically pretty passionate about being selfish, right? My point where Shadow is going to be a game changer when he comes out. He's going to be a top CDH commander. We'll get to that one. A reminder to my players I play against this man with. Eggman's going to be fun. Yeah. So, yeah, Dr. Eggman. At the beginning of your end step, draw a card. Each player faces a villainous choice because he's a villain, right? They either discard the card or you get to put something in the play for free. Now, there will be times, like, it's going to be one of those moments where do you pay the one? And the answer is yes, pay your taxes. You know, pay the one. You should discard the card. But honestly, Magic players don't really like to discard cards, you know? They don't like to discard cards until something is actually smacking them in the face for discarding cards. So I think that there's going to be a lot of times, especially early game, where your opponents will just say, yeah, sure, whatever, go ahead and play it. And then, yeah, you get a free construct, robot, vehicle. And also, it all happens at once, right? So it's not like, you know, each opponent goes, all right, opponent 1 goes, all... not discard the card. You put a big giant vehicle into play. The next opponent goes, I will not discard the card. You put, you know, Sky Sovereign into play and then deal 3 damage. And then the last person's like, oh, looks like you have a lot of, like, stuff in your hand. I will choose to discard. They all have to make it at once, right? So it's like revealing it. It could be like discard, discard, no discard, and then you put the thing into play all at once. So, you know, just remember, it's not one at a time, it's all at once. And yeah, Dr. Eggman is pretty cool. Pretty iconic, pretty on point. I do like, especially since Magic keeps on making more and more robots. I feel like robots are a bit more Eggman's vibe, right? Like they technically have personalities sometimes, but at the end of the day, they're just like things that Eggman makes to kind of throw in Sonic's way. And I don't know, robots versus constructs just like feel like they feel that vibe, especially the robots from Aether Drift. The robots from Aether Drift feel like Eggman's just chucking them at Sonic the whole time. And then lastly, Shadow is fine. It's like Worst of Fairy Mage's Welfare. What games you're playing? Always collude on the vote. Correct. Yeah. All right. And then Shadow the Hedgehog. Finally, the Shadow the Hedgehog. Again, this is also a different artist, right? A different artist than the other ones. Shadow the Hedgehog, black, red for a 4/2 Hedgehog Mercenary with haste. And whenever Shadow the Hedgehog or another creature you control with flash or haste dies, draw a card. See, I mean, Sonic is waiting for creatures with flash or haste to be dealt damage and you make treasures. So Shadow's just straight up waiting for them to die. Like, hello? Why is no one talking about that? And then Chaos Control. Each spell you cast has split second if mana from an artifact was spent to cast it. Obviously, like, you know, we think mana spent to cast it from an artifact, we think, oh, like treasures. And obviously, treasures will do the work too. But, I mean, red-black doesn't mana accelerate, right? Like, red-black struggles to accelerate mana. They don't put extra lands into play. They put artifacts into play to pay for things. So, we're going to, I mean, a lot of cards for Shadow are basically just going to be uncounterable, right? Like, split second. This is also like just super, really important. Each spell, not just creatures, not just non-land, non-creature spells, right? It's just every spell that you cast has split second. So if there is like an opponent that's about to kind of just like, you know, tap on tap, they have like, you know, this kind of lock on you, you as Shadow are able to blitz past tap and untap instant speed responses and destroy something, right? Like we're actually able to remove things at instant speed, ruin people's combos in ways that they were never able to be interrupted with before. Because Split Second says that as long as this is on a stack, players can't cast spells or activate abilities that aren't mana abilities. That's really cool. Artifact lands, true. Yes, very good call. Split Second Veil of Summer feels backbreaking, also true. Yeah, I think that I think actually people who are saying that Sonic or Shadow can be a game changer, I could see that. Especially just in terms of being able to disrupt your opponents and also go off with your own combo. But just remember that Split Second is players. All players can't cast spells, right? So like as long as your Split Second card is on the stack, your opponents can't respond, but you also can't just say like, okay, hold priority, cast, hold priority, cast, hold priority, cast. Like you can't do that. You yourself can't cast more Split Second things until that card is off the stack. So just remember that. But yeah, I think Shadow's going to be a really interesting build around. But first, we're going to start with the titular Sonic the Hedgehog, right? And we're automatically, we're going to assume that all of the friends are in the Sonic deck, so we don't really have to, like, mention them, right? We're not going to, like, bring up the fact that, yes, like, obviously Sonic has his friends in the deck because, like, literally, why wouldn't you? Also, thank you very much for the follows, everyone. I really like that the heroes can be on the same team. And Eggman can run Shadow, too, right? Like, that's entirely possible. Super cool. Alright, so, chat, without further ado, boop, and boop, let's cover Sonic the Hedgehog, yeah? Let's do the thing. Why wouldn't you is only because Knuckles synergizes with Sonic. Well, Tails has Flash and Amy has Haste. I don't care that the rest. Yeah, why wouldn't you? Why would you be not fun? Simply have Haste and Flash, and hit, and win. Also, flavor aspect. Honestly, it's mainly the flavor aspects, right? But flavor trumps everything. Okay, not everything, but in this, like, bro, listen. If you pick up the Sonic the Hedgehog Secret Lair, you're doing this for the flavor, you know, like What, 3 cards in your deck are like slowing you down that hard, even though they all feed into your commander's abilities? Come on now. Come on now. And Knuckles has haste, Amy has haste, and Miles has flash. Come on. Sonic does not want to subject Amy and Tails to the horrors that are to come. Clearly he does. Clearly he does. Oh, probably the Master Emerald or Chaos Emeralds. Yeah, they do have Super State on here where Sonic's Super Saiyan. But, alright, chat. So you know how things work here. And for those of you that don't, I come up with a topic. So we're going to read the card again, right? We're going to read the card again. So, Sonic the Hedgehog is a 1 blue, red, and white 2/4 legendary creature hedgehog warrior with haste and gotta go fast. Whenever Sonic the Hedgehog attacks, put a +++ counter on each creature you control with flash or haste. And whenever a creature you control with flash or haste is dealt damage, create a tapped treasure token. Okay? So, reading all of this, let's break down what aspects of Sonic that we want to make sure that we add cards for, right? So, what's the first thing that we see with Sonic here? A hedgehog warrior. Are there other hedgehogs in Magic? Yes, these are real. Should pick up the SpongeBob pack? Yeah, but this is what the SpongeBob pack should have been. Sonic is ambivalent to subjecting Nexus to the horrors that are to come. Sonic is ambivalent to that, yes. You know how you feel about the art? It looks like Sonic. It looks like Sonic. What's wrong? Alright. Are there any other hedgehogs in Magic? Let's see, type. No, there's not. It's just these 3, which is fine. It's just Amy, Shadow, and Sonic. Okay, so we're not doing any typo, right? Changelings, shut up. Quiet you. Is there a changeling with haste? Actually, hold on. Changeling Outcast? That doesn't have haste, right? No. No. Looking up changelings with haste. No. Everyone's invited just got a buff. True. Berserker? Oh, okay. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Changeling Berserker. 4 mana, 5/3 with haste. Champion a creature. Oh. That looks bad. That looks bad. Alright. Blitz would go... Ooh, Blitz is really good. That's actually really, really sweet. Okay, so there's not like... We're not going to do any hedgehog type of stuff, right? So we're going to skip that topic. Whenever Sonic the Hedgehog attacks, put a +++ counter on each creature you control with flash or haste. So, let's just look at haste, right? Haste creatures. So, the first topic that we have, chat, is haste creatures. Le haste. Le haste. Haste creatures. So give me your best creatures in Jeskai that have haste, that are worth putting in a deck. Don't give me creatures that give haste. That's different. That's separate, right? That's a separate thing. But give me creatures that naturally have haste by themselves. And we're mainly creatures. Obviously, like mainly... Because creatures, Sonic wants to attack with creatures that have haste and flash, so you can give them ++ encounters. So that's the first thing that we want to cover here. Lelia, the Blade Reforged. Yeah. Lelia absolutely goes here. Yep. Lelia works. What else? What other creatures have haste so we can figure that out? Goldspan Dragon. Oh, nice. Nice. That is very true. Goldspan Dragon is a very good call. Ragavan, yeah. Well, yeah. Mary. Oh, I like Mary Esquire. I like Mary Esquire a lot, actually. I also love the art on Mary Esquire. Yeah, no, this one's a good one. Mary Esquire of Rohan, red and the white for a 2/2 halfling knight with haste. Mary has first strike as long as it's equipped. We might put some equipment in here because, you know, Rose and everything. Whenever you attack with Mary and another legendary creature, draw a card. That's good. This is good. Anger is super good for Sonic. Anger does have haste. But we're going to put that in the category of creatures that give haste to people. Ragavan does have haste due to dash. Dash will be a different topic. Yeah, dash creatures will be a different a different topic in general. But I want like the actual card text of haste. Red, blue, white. And sort by EDH rank. Alright, come on, keep it coming. Creatures that have haste, naturally. Winged Hive Tyrant. Winged Hive Tyrant. Winged Hive Tyrant. Oh yeah, that's Winged Hive Tyrant, right? A 5-mana 4/4 Tyranid with flying haste. Other creatures you control with flying on the other creatures you control with counters on them have flying and haste. That's pretty good. I'll throw that one in. We will have a different topic for like haste lords, but this one's a flying lord, right? Because when Sonic attacks with other creatures that have haste on them, they'll get counters, and then with the Winged Hive Tyrant, they'll have flying. They'll also have haste, but release the flying part. That's actually a really good call. Nice one. Kiki Jiki, yeah. And Kiki Jiki makes a token that has haste too. So that's technically a haste giver, but Kiki Jiki himself does also very much have haste. Forgot the name of it though. There's another 2/3 drop that's like Zillion. Glad we got the cards online quick so you can start cooking. Hell yeah, Moxfield. Thank you, Moxfield. Hey guys, shout out to Moxfield.com over in the TikTok chat for getting these decks up early. We have you right here. Thank you so very much. I did have to click the add non-legal cards, which chat helped me remind me about. But yeah, we're right here and ready to go. Thank you, Moxfield. Shout out to you, bud. All right. What about adding sneak attack? So we will cover cards that give haste, right? We will cover that later, but right now I want creatures that have haste by themselves. Hell yeah, Brandon. Hazara. Ooh. Slicer. Ooh, okay, yep. Hazaret Godseeker. Oh, I like Hazaret Godseeker. Hazaret the Fervent can't... Well, because... So, Hazaret the Fervent doesn't quite work here. Hey, Fisher. Hey, Fisher Magic. Thank you very much for the big old spicy raid. Fisher Magic, thank you very much for the big old spicy raids, friends. We have a wonderful stream. We're covering the Sonic cards. I do wonder, if you like Sonic the Hedgehog, I don't know if you do, but if you do, they are coming out with the Secret Lair with Sonic the Hedgehog cards in them. So if you enjoy them, I'd love to see if you build them for Commander. Gurmag the Red Reaper. Gornog? Okay, we'll cover that in just a quick second. I just want to look at Hazaret really fast. So Hazaret can't attack or block unless we have one or fewer cards in hand. Because we're Jeskai, we're going to have access to more cards in our hands. So that Hazaret doesn't work. This Hazaret, the other one, start your engines. You can pay 1 and tap to give a creature with power 2 or less that can't be blocked. I mean, we're going to have... One, we want our creatures to be hit anyway. Although... It is nice that if we do swing with Indestructible Gods and our opponents block with them, the gods do take damage. They won't die from them, but they do take damage, and they will give us treasures. Or if we just block with the gods, too. So actually, you know what? High-key, low-key, Hazaret is kind of funny. And you know what? I think that this Hazaret's very playable. One, because Start Your Engines is about speed. And we are all about speed in this deck. And 2, because we have haste on just about every creature, we're going to get our Start Your Engines going pretty quickly. So I actually think that Hazaret Godseeker is pretty playable in this deck. Yeah, I actually think that Hazaret, and then also Jeru and Hazaret. Whenever Jeru and Hazaret attack, if you have 1 or fewer cards in hand that has Vigilance and Haste, that's not very good. That's not very good. Yeah, Hazaret the Godseeker super works. Not a haster, but Herald of the Secret Streams could close out games with Sonic. Also true. Thank you very much, Chloe. Fear of being hunted. Yeah. Okay, so we have 6 cards right here, chat. Keep the suggestions coming, but we have 6 cards right here. Don't forget the Balloon Man. Very true. So we're gonna add these cards to the actual the Moxfield list that we have going on here before we move on too far. So Which ones did we have? Oops. Dude. Quick second, shots. All right, we had Lelia the Blade Reforged. Lelia Blade Reforged. Lelia the Blade Reforged. And Goldspan Dragon. Goldspan Dragon, Mary. Esquire of Rohan. Winged Hive Tyrant. Kiki. Jiki. And Hazaret. Hazaret, Godseeker, right? So these are all creatures, and we're going to use the tag feature, because right now, again, the topic that we're going over is cards that have haste, right? So the topic is going to be creatures that have haste here. Change tags. Haste. Creatures that naturally have haste. Natural. Add last tag, add last tag, add last tag, add last tag, and add last tag. So enable tags, boom. So chat, when you're looking at this deck list, the reason that we have these cards specifically, one, of course they're good, but they have haste naturally, right? Now let's go back to the topic screen here, and we're going to keep on going over cards that have haste, right? Because cards that have haste are going to be our bread and butter here. Legion Loyalist is a 1-drop. Oh, that's a good one. Legion Loyalist is a good one. Legion Loyalist. I like Legion Loyalist. Yeah. So yeah, chat. Let's make sure that we'll give because Legion Loyalist, right? Not only does he have haste by himself, but whenever Legion Loyalist attacks, and at least 2 other creatures attack, which we have haste, we're gonna do that. Our creatures are going to get first strike and trample until end of turn, and can't be blocked by creature tokens, right? Like, this is a creature that has haste, which feeds into what our commander wants to do, but also a really good ability on top of it. So, when you're suggesting haste cards, make sure that it has something on top of it. You've all done that, but, you know, Legion Loyalist is kind of like a quintessential card here for that. Frank got home early, gonna go anime, have fun. All right, Wobbler. Appreciate you. Nova Galactic, we are okay with giving haste. Also, hello. Yes, we are going to have cards that give haste if we find that we need them, right? Like, listen, Urabrask gives haste and makes our opponent's creatures come to play tapped. Now, all of our creatures in our deck could just have haste to begin with. So then it doesn't matter if we draw an Urabrask. Because I never want to have a situation in this deck where we draw a creature that's good, but it's bad because we don't have haste, because Urabrask or Mass Hysteria or something isn't there to give it haste, right? I want to have cards that already have haste so that they're always on no matter what, like, what's going on with the board. Fear of being haunted. Fear of being haunted. Okay, so Fear of being haunted, while the art goes sicko mode, like absolutely cracked art, this is not necessarily what we want, right? Because it's a 3-mana 2/4 meh that says it has haste, so like it will do the thing, but it must be blocked if able. Wait, I lied to you. You're right. That's actually really good, because that means it will take damage. This is guaranteed damage. You're right. Never mind. I take that back. I thought it said it had to be it had to swing with something else. Yeah, no. Fear of being haunted is actually really, really good. Good call. Good call. Fear of being haunted is great here because we're forcing our opponents to block it. And what you should do, chat, if you swing with Fear of being haunted, make sure you swing at someone that only has, like, you know, their commander out, right? Swing at someone who only has their commander on the field so that they're forced to block with their commander. This is a form of removal. And if Sonic's out, this turns into a 5/3. It's gonna kill whatever it runs into, and it might still technically survive. Kilo? No. Oh, I see what you're saying. The new Kilo commander, whenever it becomes tapped, you proliferate. So we get to put plus and plus encounters on all of our creatures and then proliferate all of them. Yeah, that's fair. That's actually a really fair one, Georgie boy. That's a fair one. Yeah, that's fair. I can't argue that. Monastery Swiftspear, I don't think... I mean, Monastery Swift Spear will get +1/+1 on counters. That's like not the worst, and also not too bad. We're gonna have some equipment in here for Amy's sake, so yeah, we can run that. Jolly Balloon Man, yes, Jolly. Yeah, we have like so many red cards. Are there any like just cards that aren't just mono red? Jolly Balloon Man is very good. Arthur Marigold. Oh yes, Arthur Marigold Knight. I do like that. I like that a lot actually. And we get to keep the animal theme, kind of, right? So, Arthur Marigold Knight for 2 and Jeskai, you get a legendary creature, Mouse Knight, with haste. And whenever Arthur and at least one other creature attack, look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may put a creature card from among them onto the battlefield, tapped and attacking. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Return that creature to its owner's hand at the end of combat. So, 1, Arthur has haste, will swing, right? We'll get a creature from the top 6 cards of our deck, put it into play, tapped and attacking, right? And then Sonic, if we trigger Sonic's ability afterwards, we'll put a +1/+1 counter on all of our creatures that have haste and flash. And if we get a creature that has haste and flash, which is going to be 90% of our deck, right? It's going to get a +1/+1 counter and hit harder. And then it goes back to our hand for us to cast it with haste next turn anyway. Right? So this is like, this is great. Like, this is really, really good. Very, very good suggestion. Hellkite Igniter works super well with treasures. Well, yeah, the next topic, or one of the future topics, will be, like, treasure value. Right now, we're just looking at the haste stuff. But yes, it does work super well with Treasure's Room. Keep that one in mind. Because it doesn't have haste, right? It's not a joke. Yeah, it's a real Secret Lair. It's a real Secret Lair that's coming out next week. He has haste? Oh. Hellkite Igniter. Oh, just you are right. Oh yeah. Yeah, this one kind of does double duty. It costs a lot of mana, but it does do double duty. That's true. Dang, there goes my wallet. Correct. Correct. All right, yep, Hellkite Igniter does double duty because, yes, it does have flying and haste, as chat said. And then also, if we're doing the treasure thing that Sonic likes for us to do, then, you know, this is actually really good for us. All right, so, chat, let's add these cards to... Zoop. Let's add these cards to the actual deck here. So we have Legion Loyalist. Legion Loyalist, fear of being hunted. Monastery. Swift Spear. Jolly Balloon Man. Arthur. I like the Arthur one. I think Arthur is actually my favorite suggestion so far. Arthur, Marigold Knight, and then Hellkite. And then Hellkite Igniter. Alright. So we're going to put the tags on him. These. Natural Haste. Natural Haste. Natural Haste. Natural Haste. And Natural Haste. Alright. So this is 12 creatures right here. 12 cards in our deck that already just straight up have haste on them. They weren't given haste, right? They just straight up have haste on them. So we're going to love that our commander can put +1/+1 counters on them and start getting the job done. And Enduring Courage. Yeah, so now Enduring Courage kind of pulls double duty here. So now the next topic is going to be creatures or haste givers. Or we'll do haste lords. Haste givers. Haste givers. Lords. Haste lords. So going back to here. All right, so we want to look at haste lords. That's the next topic here. So now I want to know, chat, give me some cards that are like lords for giving people haste. Enduring Courage, right, is the first example here. Enduring. And there's a couple of these actually, right? So to know what a haste lord is, it is something that gives a creature haste, right? Whenever another creature you control enters, it gets +2/0 and gains haste until end of turn, right? So even if the card doesn't naturally have haste, because some of the cards in the deck are going to have flash. They don't have haste, but now they will because of cards like Enduring Courage, right? And it also gives plus 2/0. So it's not just a creature that gives haste, but it also gives power to someone else. Someone mentioned before mass hysteria. Now, the reason I'm saying we do not want mass hysteria, one, because I hate mass hysteria, right? Like, an example of a card that we don't want that's still technically a haste lord is mass hysteria. Mass hysteria is not good for this deck because, like, listen, if we just have a deck that's full of flash and haste creatures, we don't need to give our opponents haste at the cost of giving only like a quarter of the cards in our deck haste that, you know, because the rest of them already have it. So mass hysteria would be an awful card to choose. But what would be better, right? What would be better is our homeboy, Urabrask the Hidden. This gives creatures that we control haste. Awesome, right? And it makes our creatures our opponents control enter tapped. That's like the value that we want here. I don't want to see any suggestions that give the entire board haste unless it's our board. Only our board gets haste. No one else does. Archangel Avacyn for protection? No. That's too separate from what we're doing. That's way too separate from what we're doing. Anger, yep. Anger is super fine. Anger is fine. Anger is a good one. Haste until end of turn is less good because Sonic wants him to keep haste. That is also true. That is also very, very true, right? That's one thing that makes Urabrask a better... That's one thing that makes Urabrask a better keep in the deck than Enduring Courage. Enduring Courage at least gives like plus 2/0, so we do get to hit a little bit harder. But Urabrask is a better long-term thing because the creatures keep haste. Where, yeah, until end of turn, they're going to hit for plus 2 and then +1/+1 counter from Sonic. But then they're going to stop, right? But that's why we're going to make sure that every card in our deck either has haste naturally or has flash, right? These haste lords are just to give our creatures that have flash the ability to attack immediately. So yes, even though Enduring Courage would like give haste until end of turn, the rest of the creatures in our deck are going to have flash. I don't think we're going to have a single naked creature in here, right? We're not going to have a single creature that doesn't have either of those two abilities. Because why? Why not? Like, why do that? Eowyn? Oh, God. Eowyn has haste? That's crazy. Wait, really? Oh, dude, that's sick. Wait, do both Eowyns have haste? No, right? No. No, the other Eowyn is first strike. Yeah, no, Eowyn is sick. This is removal. This is a creature with removal and haste, and also drawn by Magali. She's beautiful. Are you thinking of adding any Eclipse? Because if so, then Knuckles and Amy Rose are good. Yeah, all the Sonic characters, you know, the three are going to be in this deck, because I'm not going to make a non-flavored deck. For 3 cards, yeah, dude, like we're going to do that 100%. Flamewake Phoenix. Oh, yeah. Yeah, sure. Sure, yeah. We can throw Flamewake Phoenix in here. Wait, no, sorry. I'm looking for haste lords. I'm looking for things that give people haste. The other 2 suggestions were good. Eowyn is a good one, so I'm going to add that like kind of just in the background right now. Because that's also removal. But we're looking for haste lords right now. If I remember, Creature Teferi is one of the only cards that actually gives your creatures flash. We'll cover that when we get to flash. Give me other haste lords. What was the card that existed before Enduring Courage? It was like an ogre battle driver. Oh, Hammer of Perthros is good. You need the Lord of the Rings haste card? Ooh, I think I do like the Lord of the Rings haste card more than I like Hammer of Perthros. What is it? What's the Lord of the Rings haste enchantment? Do threatened accounts count as a haste lord because you take something and give it haste? Zidane. That is actually very cute. I like the cut of your jib, Topher. I like the cut of your jib. That's actually super dope. The only issue is that they'll get a +1/+1 encounter and then get sent back to our opponents, right? Like our opponents get to keep them, and that isn't great. That is literally the only issue. It's like, damn, our opponents will get them back and they'll be stronger. Rising of the Day, thank you. Good call. Rising of the Day, perfect. Perfect. Yes, Rising of the Day. That is a good lord there. And then yeah, Ogre Battle Driver, right? Yep. Whenever another creature you control enters, it gets +2/+0 and haste until end of turn. You know, Uncivil Unrest. Oh, wait, that's even better actually. Uncivil Unrest. Yep, that's a good one. Uncivil Unrest is very good. What's the non-human one from Eldraine? Which one? Something for later, but what about Wandering Rescuer? That's Wandering. I know you're saying that's for different times, so. Oh, the Wanderer. Yeah, we'll look at that one. We'll look at that one. And yeah, we'll look at that one for later. Picto. Pyshell. Chroma's Memorial. Oh, shit. Oh, yeah. Yo, that's like so true. Chroma's Memorial. Creatures you control have flying, first strike, villains, trample, haste, and yeah, no, that works too. That definitely fits the last category here, right? This is the genre of haste lords. These are things that are giving haste to our creatures, and like now they're gonna either have haste permanently or they get haste temporarily, whatever it is. It's gonna be really, really cool. Yeah, this was good haste lords. Okay, so then let's go over to Moxfield and add all of these to the deck. We have Anger. We have Enduring Curiosity. We have Urabrask. The Hidden. We have Rising of the Day. Uncivil Unrest. And lastly, Chroma's Memorial, right? Yep, these are all good. And we're going to give these haste lords. So these are cards that give haste to our opponents, or sorry, to our creatures, but also do some... Oh, wait. Well, yeah, hold on. Enduring Curiosity is good. I did the wrong Enduring, but yeah. Enduring Courage. It's also an animal, right? Haste Lord. Haste Lord. Haste Lord. Perfect. All right, so six cards in the deck for the fraction of our deck, this much smaller fraction of our deck that does not naturally have haste on it because it's going to have flash. We have at least 6 cards here that will give them haste so that they can start attacking immediately, right? Like, that's fine. Fire Crystal does give haste too, yep. That's an honorable mention there. Fire Crystal. Yep, that's a good one. I like that one. Slayer Stronghold in the Arena of Glory are lands. Yeah, that'll go in the land section when we cover that. But Slayer's Stronghold and Arena of Glory. All good. Zariel. Ooh, Zariel. Archduke of Avernus. That's true. That is a Planeswalker. Creatures you control get 1/0 and have haste until end of turn. Yep, that's perfectly fine. That is a haste lord. How often do you stream? I just found your page and I'm hooked. I love your content. That's incredibly kind of you, for one. Thank you very much. And yeah, I will be streaming a lot more often just in general. But yeah, we're trying to go for just about every day of the week. Thank you very much for coming on by. I appreciate it. All right, chat. Let's go back to here. Zoop. All right. Let's go back to here and see what we're doing about what's the next topic here. So we did haste lords. Now Sonic also says whenever Sonic the Hedgehog attacks with +1/+1 encounter each creature you control with Flash or Haste. I think we've covered enough Flash Haste cards, so let's look at Flash. Flash cards. Ooh. Now, because now we get to add a little bit of like some non-mono red cards, because we have a lot of mono red cards in this deck, right? Because we were doing Haste. So now we get to look at some cards that are just, you know, just going to make this a little bit different than just mono red hasty haste deck. So give us Flash, give me the best Flash creatures you can think of. Ooh, Spell Color's hot. Alright, so blue Gandalf. Gandalf. You may cast, Gandalf the White definitely is cool here. Gandalf the White, I think, is a pretty good Flash card. I know you said the blue one. So the blue Gandalf, Friend of the Shire, is, 4 mana, 2/4 with Flash. Whenever you may cast instant and sorcery spells as though they had Flash. Honestly, that's fine. That's actually pretty sick. That's actually, like, because there's going to be sorceries in this deck. Because, I mean, we are Jeskai. There's probably some, like, sorceries that we will really wish that we could cast at instant speed in here, so we could actually run that just fine. I think we'll look back at the deck and see if we actually do have like sorceries in here. If the deck is basically devoid of sorceries, then yeah, we'll just take out Gandalf. But yeah, Gandalf has Flash and then gives us Flash, and the ring tempt will pretty much never happen, but you know, like whatever, at least it's here. That's fine. Cast as though they, oh wait, that's right, cast as though, well, no, its instants and sorceries can be cast as though they had Flash. Sonic doesn't care if instants and sorceries or whatever have Flash, right? Sonic cares about creatures that have the keyword Flash. So, like, Sonic doesn't care. It's just that this is, Gandalf has Flash, which is what Sonic cares about, and Gandalf says we can cast sorceries at Flash speed. So it's fine. Yeah. And then the white Gandalf that you can see here, you can cast legendary spells and artifact spells as though they had Flash, right? So, like, now all of our legendary creatures, if we have more than, like, you know, just tails, they'll just have Flash. And if a permanence entering or leaving makes something happen, then even better. If we cast Amy, right? If we cast Amy or Knuckles, they're legendary creatures that have haste, and we have Enduring Curiosity on the field that says whenever a creature controls that we control enters, that creature gets +2/0 in haste. That'll trigger twice. So Amy will get +4/0 and haste with Gandalf the White here, right? So actually Gandalf the White is really good in this. Yeah. All right. Give me another one. Give me more Flash. Also, just note, right? Like, you know how people were doom and glooming about like the future of Magic, where people are gonna be like, I'm gonna use my Gandalf to block your Nicol Bolas as you try to lightning bolt my, you know, Luke Skywalker. Yeah, this is literally Gandalf being a good card in the Sonic the Hedgehog deck. I don't make the rules, but it's very funny. Tails, yeah, that's already in there. Ambush Paratrooper. Nope, that's bad. Card not great. I see what you're saying. Like, it is a 2-mana 1/2 with that has Flash and flying. So like it does get to keep on swinging. You know, charges up counters with Sonic and everything. I think that we could just do better. That's all. I just think that we can do better. Deputy of Acquittals. Ooh, we do get to do some control in here. It's also, I love Azorius cards. Yeah, actually. So this is a way where we can kind of keep on... Deputy of Acquittals, right? Like, this is a 2-mana 2/2 with Flash, right? And when it enters, we get to return another target creature to our owner's hand. So in some effect, right, if we want to add this or not, in some effect, this is something that allows us to save a creature we control from destruction, right? If a creature we own is under like an aura or some sort of aura that lets them not attack or something like that, we do get to bounce it to our hand. And if we have enough mana, we get to recast it, and it probably has haste, right? So there's some cool stuff that we can do with Deputy of Acquittals. Fear of Imposters. Fear of Imposters. Okay, yeah. I'm seeing what we're laying down here. I'm seeing what we're laying down here. It's a counter spell, right? 3 mana counter spell. It'll be a 3/2 that becomes a 4/3, that becomes a 5/4, that becomes a 6/5 throughout the course of us attacking. And, you know, we got to counter a spell and our opponent manifests dread. That is perfectly fair. That I can see what you're doing here. But you know what? How about Venser? How about OG Venser? OG Venser, I think, is a little bit more, certainly like a higher caliber play here, right? Yes, he costs 4, and we might, you know, be able to solve the creature costs and stuff. But Venture Shaper Savant, being able to return any permanent or spell to its owner's hand is pretty great. Fairy Mastermind. Oh, Teferi Mage of Zalfir. Oh, Fairy Mastermind's good. Yep. Fairy Mastermind's real good here. There we go. That's the stuff. Teferi Mage of Zalfir. Yeah. Teferi also works here. I guess this is more of like a Flash Lord, right? This is more of a Flash Lord, although I think probably the Flash Lord category would be pretty small. But yeah, Teferi, he himself has Flash, and then creatures that you own that aren't on the battlefield has Flash, right? So very specifically, he does not let your creatures that are on the battlefield gain the Flash ability, but that's okay, because they're probably going to have haste, right? They're either going to have haste or Flash. What matters is that the first time a creature it comes out and it's our turn, they get to attack. If Teferi with Flash enters the battlefield, we have creatures that give him haste, so he gets to attack immediately. If we have a haste card that we want to cast on someone else's turn, we get to do that at instant speed with Flash because it's a fairy, right? So on both ends, we are always playing creatures, always casting spells, and always attacking when it's our turn, just about no matter what. Hostility. Tashana's Tidebinder. That's funny, actually. I actually really like that. Tashana's Tidebinder kind of goes crazy, actually. You're kind of gross for that one, chat. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, we really get to do some goofy control stuff with these sort of cards, right? And this is good. It's a good thing that we're choosing to add some creatures in here that control what happens, because we don't want to just be, you know, mono, because our commander costs 4 and 3 different colors, you know. This is not a blitz you down deck, but it is much like Sonic in most of the games, right? Like, yeah, he moves fast, but when he comes up against a boss battle, it's all about how you strategically dodge your opponent's combos and their attacks and their abilities, and keep on hitting over and over and over and over and over again with your big hasty, you know, board state. So I really like, I like that concept of how Magic turned Sonic into a Magic card, right? It really encapsulates everything he is. It's not just that he's fast, but but because he's Jeskai, we have a deck that dodges all of the things that you want to do, interrupts all of your plans with cards like Tashana's Tidebinder, Deputy of Acquittals, whatever, and then we get to keep on relentlessly attacking you with all the haste stuff that we have. So, good job, chat. Niambi. Oh, yeah, that's better than Deputy of Acquittals. Yep. Niambi, Esteemed Speaker. 2/1 with Flash. When Niambi enters, you may return another target creature you control to its owner's hand. If you do, gain life equal to that creature's mana value. 1, it's a May ability, so that's cool. 2, it'll trigger twice with Gandalf, because that's a sentence that we say now. And she's Teferi's daughter. So Teferi gets to hang out with her daughter while they, you know, travel with Sonic. If that's not literally the plot of a Sonic adventure game, I don't know what is, quite frankly. Archivist of Ogma. Yeah, hold on to that one. So chat, we have some good picks right here. So we got to add these to the deck before we move on. Okay. So we have Gandalf. House. Gandalf. Friend of the Shire. Gandalf. The White. There we go. Niambi. Esteemed Healer. Yep. Venser. Shaper Savant. Fairy Mastermind. And Tishana's Tidebinder. Yeah, these are all good flash creature value. Flash creatures. Right, we're not just adding cards that simply have flash. These are cards that have flash and do stuff that, by and large, like, just controls the flow of the game for us. I missed something. Draw, obviously. Use a global tag. All right. So yeah, let's actually head straight back to this topic, because I think that there's more to do with Flash, because chat's coming up with really good ones. If you may add one Flash creature, good old Snapcaster. That's not wrong. That's like super fair. That's super fair. We got to make sure that we have, you know, instants and sorceries that kind of matter, but yeah, no, for sure. Snap. Caster. Mage. Snapcaster Mage definitely fits in here. Aven Mind Sensor, yes, chat, you're getting it. You're getting it. Yes, Aven Mind. And what's the other one? What's the bird one from Cowboy set? Cowboy set. Cowboy set. Vidalcan Orrery, yeah. Yeah. Vidalcan Orrery. That card's gonna explode in price. Pick them up now. Pick up Vidalcan Orrery right now. Using... Yeah. Let's, well, actually, that'll be a Flash Lord. We'll talk about Flash Lords. Right now, we're just... Yeah, Aven Interrupter, thank you. Aven Interrupter, thank you. You know, this is not a stacks deck, right? Because, like, listen, it's Sonic. You gotta go fast. This is not a stacks deck, but we are using animal creatures that look like they come out of the Sonic universe anyway to slow our opponents down so that we beat them, right? Like, look at this art of Aven Interrupter right here, and tell me that we can't come up with some sort of name for this guy, right? Like, this is absolutely... Is there not an owl in the Sonic the Hedgehog universe? It's just that person. Yeah, Swiftboots and Lightning Greaves, they actually are making Sonic arts of that. So those will go in here, of course. Smirking Spelljacker, huh? Oh, is that the Djinn? That's that Djinn, right? Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, right? So for 5 mana, you know, which is a lot, right? But 5 mana, flash and flying. So when Sonic swings with the Smirking Spelljacker, we're gonna hit. And then enters the battlefield, exile, target spell an opponent controls. And then whenever Smirking Spelljacker attacks, if a card is exiled with it, you may cast the exiled spell without paying its mana cost. This is good late game. When our opponent wants to do some messed up stuff, we get to cast the spell ourselves. We have Urbrask in here because he's a haste lord. You're already deck building Sonic? Love it? Hell yeah. There's an owl in the old there's an owl in the old animated movie? Perfect. Owl, not owl. Solitude. Oh yeah. You know, just, you know, this card, you know, a little expensive. I think I don't even own a Solitude now that I think about it, but not bad for what we're trying to do here. This Sonic deck actually ends up being very control-y, much like Jeskai in general, right? Valimachus Lorehold has haste and searches the top 7 for an instant or sorcery with man. Oh, true. And yeah, that's a good one. Lorehold. That's also very true. This is a good call, right? So now Valakmakus Lorehold, we have a big, wise Elder Dragon that whenever Valakmakus attacks, look at the top 7 cards of your library. You may cast an instant or sorcery spell with mana value less than or equal to Valakmakus' power from among them without paying the mana cost. Have Sonic's ability trigger first, like when you attack, add a +1/+1 encounter to your creatures with haste and flash. Add that first, so now that Valakmakus is a 6/6, then look at your top 7, and now you can cast 6 or less for free. And then Torrential Gearhawk has flashback. That's also true. So we have Torrential Gearhawk. I'm gonna make sure. Snapcaster's still like a good one. I just want to show Torrential Gearhawk. This also has flash, and when it enters, casts an instant sorcery from our graveyard without paying its mana cost, right? So we do see that we have quite a couple like spell related things in here between Torrential Gearhulk and Gandalf and something else, Snapcaster, right? So we do want to make sure that we have some good interaction in this deck. This deck is going to be really annoying, right? Like, this is Sonic from Smash Brothers, of just like constantly running through, dealing damage all the time, and just interrupting literally everyone. Literally everyone. Haste Bobblehead is hella nice to make yourself unblockable. Let me look at that Haste Bobblehead. Let me add these cards while we are doing that as well. Let's add these to the Mox field. Alright, so we have Snapcaster. Make sure I add that. Snapcaster Mage, Torrential Gearhulk, Aven Mind Sensor. What is that bird? Aven Interrupter. Spelljack. Solitude. Moxfield.com. And then Valakmakus. Valakmakus Lorehold. Perfect. So these are all really, really good flash creatures that, again, have a lot of value in here, right? We're interrupting in our opponents pretty much every step of the way. Our opponents don't win before we start doing our thing. Like, that's just objectively true. We have these haste creatures that get value, draw us cards, give us first strike and trample, exile cards for us, give us unblockable and indestructible, deal crap tons of damage, make clones. Like, we have a lot of haste creatures that get the job done, right? Then we have haste enablers that make sure if a creature doesn't have haste, it sure does now. And then, to top it off, the flash creatures that we have in here prevent our opponents from winning. We stop our opponents in their tracks of winning. I don't think we need any more flash creatures, but I do want to make sure that we have some instants and sorceries in here. Also, let me make sure that I had Knuckles and do I spell Knuckles wrong? Let me just make sure I add these to the deck right now. Okay. What? This card is not legal in this deck due to the format restrictions? Why are you like this? What are the format restrictions? It's Commander. Moxfield, come back. I can't add Knuckles to the deck. What about Rose? Okay, I can add Rose. Oh, never mind. I just had to add this plus button. Never mind, I lied. And then Tails. Okay. Just wanted to make sure that we added these guys. Summoners sending good low cost enchant to get some chump blockers. Have you looked at which one was that? What was the question? Have I looked at Venser? Yeah, Venser's right here. Yeah, this is value creature. Venser. Value flash creature. I really like Gisa Blade of Goldlight for a deck where we're attacking a lot. Gisela. Gisela. Yes, Gisela is fine. Like, Gisela, there's nothing wrong with Gisela, right? It's just, it is a card that, if once we're talking about just like straight up valuable creatures, like just cards that say like, hey, it's good that you're attacking, that's when we will put Gisela in. But in terms of like what we've gone over, she just doesn't like quite fit in here, and we can still win without her. Honestly, wait, doesn't Lightning have haste? Lightning, the woman, Lightning. What's the Boros Lightning card? Hero of something, or Army of One? Army of One? Oh, doesn't have haste. Look at that. Never mind. Thank goodness she doesn't have haste. She's already too good. Army of One, yeah, she doesn't have haste. Alright, that's fine. Yeah, we're doing good, though. When we have Haste Lords, if we really wanted to add that. Haste Lords. Okay, so now, the next topic is going to be a short one before we start getting into just, like, good spells and stuff. I just want to make sure that there's no Flash Lords, right? So, like, we talked about Vidalcan Orrery, right? Flash Lords. Flash Lords. Zoop. Flash Lords. So, Vidalcan. Vidalcan Orrery is a Flash Lord here. It gives Flash to our creatures. Or at least it allows us to cast them as though they had Flash. It doesn't give our creatures Flash, right? But our creatures either naturally have Flash or they naturally have Haste, so it's fine. Shard Mage's Rescue is a nice Flash speed enchantment for spot protection. Yeah, we'll get into some protection. Like very, very soon. So keep that, Juggler Bunny. Keep that in mind. Dualcaster Mage also has Flash. That is a good one. We got to see if we have any combos for it. Emergence Zone. Emergence Zone. Cast spells as I had Flash. You know, yeah. Well, I'm gonna toss in the land right now, so I don't forget it. Okay. Emergence Zone, not too bad. Let's see. I'm gonna type in Flash. So let's see. Hullbreaker Horror has Flash. That's kind of messed up. You know, not to just like give yet another, you know, another deck to Hullbreaker Horror, as if Hullbreaker Horror doesn't already win more than enough games, but you know. Oh, Archivist of Ogma. That's not a Flash Lord, but it's a good card. I'm gonna add that. Add that. Leyline of Anticipation. Yep. That would do it. Leyline of Anticipation could just start the game, right, in play, right? You could just straight up start in play. So now we're just like constantly doing the Flash stuff. What else? There's not really like too many things that just give Flash to everything. So I'm like, we're not mad about it, right? Like we're fine. We'll live. Do we want Teferi Time Raveler? Does that help us at all? Not like really, right? Oh, I mean, it does slow our opponents down. We already have one Teferi in here. What would another one hurt? How about Enduring Courage and Ogre Battle Driver? We have those for Haste Lords, yep. Oh, Sigarda's Aid. Sigarda's Aid works here as well, right? Because we will have some equipment in here. Not too many, but just some. Liberator, Urza's Battlethopter. This also allows us to cast artifacts at instant speed. If we're gonna do stuff like that, you know what I mean? If this deck is going to be about doing stuff at instant speed, we do get to you know, use some cool cards like that. Tidal Barracuda. What? Isn't that the one that gets rid of like every Oh no, yeah, that gives people like flash on our opponent's turns and stuff like that. I don't know. That card kind of throws me for a loop if I'm being honest with you. That card kind of throws me off. Heliod the Radiant Dawn. How about yeah, how about Heliod? How about Heliod 3 here? Mainly the backside. So Heliod the Radiant Dawn, you can see what that one does here, right? But if we flip him, spells, we may cast spells as though they had flash, and then spells we cast cost 1 less to cast for each card our opponents have drawn this turn. And we're not going to run like cards that make our opponents draw things, but like, listen, our opponents like to draw cards. That's just how Magic works, right? So if we, like, we can cast all of our creatures with flash and haste just like for cheap, you know? The boots that give, what are the boots that give you haste? They have Sonic art, so we're gonna add those too. So yeah, Swiftfoot boots, Lightning Greaves, etc. Barracuda is gas, is it? I'm trying to find it. Let me see that Barracuda. Oh, hey. Hold on. Oh, hey. Wait, hold on. Before we move on from good flashcards, do you ever see this card, chat? Is this card not pretty good here? Is that card not kind of sick with it? Any player may cast spells as though they had flash. Your opponents can't cast spells during your turn. I don't really want that. I don't want my opponents getting value. Absolutely not. Yeah, that spawn is hot tech, isn't it? Yeah, this spawn is kind of hot tech. Except in his varying editions of other types. That doesn't help. Ooh, and I found another good flash card. Alright. Alright, so yeah, Flash Lords, there's only like so many, right? There's only so many of these, so don't worry too much about this topic here. I just wanted to make sure that we got them in. So, the Dulkin Ori. Vidalcan Orrery. Now, and remember, for everyone watching, Vidalcan Orrery, it just says you can play spells as though they had flash, right? Every spell as though they had flash. It doesn't give flash to our creatures. We need to make sure that we remember that. The only reason that we're running it is because now we can cast our haste creatures on someone else's turn with flash. So they'll be out on the battlefield, but they have haste, so they'll still trigger our commander. It's a win more card, don't get me wrong. It is a win more card. Leyline of Anticipation. Sigarda's. And even like Sigarda's 8 and stuff might come out when we look at when we start looking at the actual equipment that we want to put in here. Heliod. Which one is that? Heliod the Radiant Dawn. Heliod the Radiant Dawn, and I wanted to add this Aboleth. Aboleth spawn here. Aboleth spawn is just value flash creature right there. Alright, Urza's Battlethopter. This is a Flash Lord, aka a card that gives flash to other creatures. Flash Lord, Flash Lord. This is a value flash creature. Flash Lord, right? We have 15 valuable flash creatures. We have 13 creatures with natural haste. And then Yeah, this is not a value flash creature. This is a natural haste. Okay, there we go. And every single one of our flash creatures controls. Every single thing that we do at instant speed is a control spell. Or if we don't need to control something right then and there, we have Vidalcan Orrery and Leyline of Anticipation to flash in creatures with haste. It's really the duality between like red and white. On our turn, we can cast red spells that have haste, so we can attack. And then on other people's turn, we can have either counter spelly, flash in response to interrupt our opponent's creatures, right? That'll have flash and get bigger with our commander. And if we don't have to counter anything, if we don't have any need to play Aven Interrupter, then we just simply don't, and we cast a haste spell with flash because we have things that give it flash. Barracuda, Teferi, Abolisher, and Victory Voice all prevent players from casting spells on your turn. I don't want our opponents to gain the ability to sandbag interaction on their turns in front of someone else's. Like, I know it stops people from casting things on our turn, and now they have flash for their turns, but the way I see it, and just like the way I see giving our opponents abilities, is that it's a 4-person game. So even though I'm giving my opponents more tools, like I'm throwing more weapons into play to let them fight each other, any time that our opponents get to add more creatures to their battlefield without fully tapping out all of their mana is not good for me, right? Like, that is a negative. I could flash it, like, say it's someone else's turn, right? It's someone else's turn, and I have an Aven Interrupter in my hand, right? And I'm like, okay, cool, well, I want to stop that or interact with that. I will flash in an Aven Interrupter. Or I just wanted to flash in a creature to block with, right? Someone's going to attack me. I say I'm going to flash in a creature, and then now my opponents can also flash in something in response to that. I don't want that. I don't want them to have that ability. And I can do that by simply not playing a creature that is made redundant by 5 other spells in my deck, right? I could play Vidalcan Orrery so that I have flash and no one else does, or I could play the Barracuda, which just gives everyone flash. I don't want to do that. Yeah, I just simply don't want to do that. And it works with Sonic's other ability, which, the Barracuda. Hey, Pappy, how you doing? Aggravated Assault or Hex Plate will Wall Breaker for Sonic triggers. Yeah, we can look at some equipment now. Or, yeah, I want to look at non-creature spells, because we have a lot of creature spells in here. Like, a lot. I think we've done decently enough for creatures, so let's look at non-creature spells. Also, I need to get some water in a second. I'm speaking a lot. All right, let's look at non-creature spells. It'll be like interaction, actually. So interaction. Interaction. All right. This is just, we have 48 cards so far in the deck, chat. What interactive spells can we put in this deck? Mainly instants and sorceries, because we have quite a couple of cards that do it. That, like, deal with instants and sorceries. Boros Charm is a good one. It's a very good one, actually. Boros Charm is good. Yeah, oh yeah, Thancred. Yeah, we're good on creatures for right now, Rock. Let's get the 2 big out the way. Amulet of Vigor and Pyrohemia. So, let me see. Pyrohemia. So, let's see. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah, that's right. You know what? I did forget about Sonic's bottom ability. We actually didn't go through every single part of Sonic's text. Yeah. You know what? NT Protection. Yeah. Well, let's go really quickly through some of the interaction ones, because I want to actually double back to Sonic's second ability. Or I guess third? Second ability, yeah. Yep, Teferi's Protection. And Teferi's in the deck too, you know? So, like, it's fitting. T-Pro, Flawless Maneuver is a favorite of mine. Flawless Maneuver. Dissipate. So here's what's interesting, chat, about kind of like, because like a lot of our creatures counter spells, right, or interact with spells in some sort of way. Some of them exile them from the stack, bounce them to our opponent's hands, whatever. I want to interrupt board wipes because this is a pretty a pretty creature centric deck, right? I want to interrupt people's board wipes, and we only need to interrupt a board wipe once to leave people like in an exposed position, right? So like here's what I'm thinking. We have, you know, a hasty board, and someone over here is like, okay guys, I'm gonna blow up the board. Now we have creatures and we're gonna be like, dang, I wish you wouldn't. And there's probably gonna be someone else who's gonna be like, darn, I wish you wouldn't blow up the board because like I like my board state. So if we Aven Mind Sensor or Aven Interrupter that board wipe, one, we foiled someone's plans on getting rid of the creatures because they thought all creatures were gonna be gone. And we just simply said, no, they're still here, right? Or flawless maneuver, right? But we survive a board wipe, and then now we get to keep on attacking with our board state, and there might be other people at the table who will join in on attacking that other person who was going to board wipe. So this is basically in response to someone saying dissipate. We don't necessarily need counter spells. We just need spells that let us survive what our opponents are trying to do. The creatures in our deck, Aven Interrupter and Teferi and stuff, those creatures, or Venser, will interrupt our opponent's combo. But the instants that we'll have in the deck are there to make sure that we survive board wipes to keep our things safe. Aetherize is, I don't think Aetherize is ever going to be a thing that we're going to want to cast. We can either flash in creatures that block, or we just blitz our opponents or something. But like Aetherize to bounce everything to our opponent's hands, I don't know, if people just like have more creatures than we can deal with, then like that's just kind of it. Clever Concealment, yes, Clever Concealment, that's good. I like Clever Concealment. Chroma's Will, yeah. Like all of the cards that we mentioned here will kind of like end the game for us, either in response to a board wipe or just as soon as it gets to our turn, right? And yeah, hold on, I want to get rid of Pyrohemia because that triggers Sonic's last ability, which is what we're gonna go over next. So I want to save it for that. So give me one more interaction spell. I bought a bunch of proxy commander decks and they're all black. What do you mean? Crafty Cut Purse, Portal Mage. Non-creature spells. Aggravated Assault and Hexplate. Cure Magic, but that's costly. Yeah, that's... that one... We're looking for interactive spells. Cure Magic? Is it Healing Magic? I just typed in Cure Magic and it just didn't work. Flare of Fortitude. Yep, Flare of Fortitude. Yeah, that's fair. Flare of Fortitude is pretty good. Thank you. Might just be Heal. Oh, Heal Magic. You're right. Yeah. Flare of Fortitude's good. Deflecting Swat, that also kind of fits in the deck too, like 100%. As of right now, at the very least, all of these spells just protect the whole board, right? It protects Sonic and his friends, whereas Deflecting Swat's just probably like protecting Sonic. So anyone can add a Deflecting Swat if they really want it. We're just making sure that we're covering all of our bases, just say that our board state's like eternally protected. Eternally protected. Alright, let's add these to the deck. So let's see, we have Boros Charm, and Flare of Fortitude, and Teferi's Protection, and Flawless Maneuver. Clever Concealment. I mean, the funny thing about Clever Concealment is because we're like attacking so often, we're like almost never gonna have like Convoke to pay for things unless we flash something in. But yeah, like Convoke is like never gonna be something that we have because we're just always like tapped. Purge Protection is an interesting one. I worry about the gift giving part of that one. Azorius Charm. It gives our creatures lifelink and bounces one problem creature back. Or gives flying. Sorry. I just like walk through all of that. The Poor Man's Sea Pro, super Superborn, Superborn. Rootborn Defense? Nah, we don't populate. Chance for Glory? We might put a 1 of or 2 of, like, Final Play or Chance for Glory just to, like, give us 2 turns. We might do that. We might do that. Like, that'll be funny. Jasper the Laughing Flint. Jasper the Laughing Flint is good. Not it's a good Mr. Celio deck. Obviously not good here because this is red black. What else do we have? Oh yeah, a Chroma's Will. A Chroma's Will just make us win the game, you know. So this is, yeah, we'll just put this under like protection. Honestly, like all of these cards are good, decent protection. Protection, 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 and protection. Yep, we're just protecting our board state, right? Each and every one of these protects our board state from our opponents, you know? That's all. He is red-black. No, Jasper Flint is red-black. Sonic is Jeskai, as you can see here. Illusionist Gambit is fun. Illusionist Gambit is fun. This is just not the type of deck that's trying to make people attack us and then go like, whoa, you're actually attacking someone else. It's just like not, like this is just not that type of deck. Unbreakable Formation would be nice. And that costs 3 mana, whereas like Flawless Maneuver is free as long as our commander's out. And our commander gives us +1/+1 counters when we attack, so we don't necessarily like worry about the whole like main phase or not. Yeah, Flawless just does more for free. And our commander wants to live. So we'll take the free stuff. If you like tons of treasures, Electro Dominance would be useful. If you make tons of treasures. Yeah, so actually that's the next thing that we're going to go over right now. Sonic's second ability. I kind of forgot to talk about it earlier. So, as you might see here, chat. Bloop. Sonic's has the last ability here. Whenever a creature you control with Flash or Haste is dealt damage, create a tapped treasure token. So, you know, our creatures with Flash and Haste, they run into an opponent. They, you know, because they block or whatever. And they burst into a bunch of treasure. What can we do with this ability? Let's see. The topic here is trigger Sonic's third ability. Trigger Sonic's third ability, right? So dealing like having our creatures get dealt damage. Can I suggest a last protection combo? We have Torrential Gearhulk. Yeah, Pyrohemia. Yep, so Pyrohemia. 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 At the beginning of the end step, if no creatures are on the battlefield, sacrifice it. You can pay a red to deal 1 damage to each creature and each player. Yeah, so you can, like, at every single end step of at every single end step, really, for as much red as you have, you can just say like, boom, I'll pay a red, deal 1 damage to all my stuff. As long as they live, you know, you don't want to kill everything you have, but as long as they live, boom, they get to get a treasure. And then Cinder Clasm. It's an instant that says largely do the same thing, right? So pay 1 in the red, deals 1 damage to each creature. If it was kicked, deals 2 damage to each creature instead. So basically like the 1 part, right? Yeah, I like Cinder Clasm here. Marauding Raptor. Oh yeah. Marauding Raptor. Whenever creature, oh yeah, Marauding Raptor also. Ooh, 2 damage is kind of a lot though. 2 damage kills Tails. I do like Marauding Raptor here. Like, creatures cost 1 less to cast, which is, you know, kind of sick, right? Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, Marauding Raptor deals 2 damage to it. Damn, 2 damage is kind of a big deal, actually. 2 damage is actually kind of a problem. I like Fire Magic. Someone mentioned Fire Magic before. This is a scaling 2 damage, 1, 2, or 3 damage to each creature. Fiery Confluence, yep. Now, see, Fiery Confluence, right? Now, this is a sorcery. that Gandalf might really, really like to make into an instant. Comet Storm type spells. Yeah, we could necessarily do like, charge up for a big giant fireball sort of thing with all of our treasures, but I think as long as we're drawing cards, I think the goal for our treasures is to always be able to have have mana to cast hasters, and then when it's not our turn, have mana to cast interaction. I think that's the goal for our treasures. I don't think our goal is necessarily a combo. I think it's just to be able to always do stuff. Season of the Burrow would make a flash creature indestructible or haste. Season of the Braves. All right, Season of the Burrow. Choose up to 5 paw prints worth of nodes. You may make a treasure token, exile the top 2 cards of your library until end of turn. You may play them until the end of your next turn. Whenever you cast a spell, deals 2 damage to up to 1 target creature. Yeah, that's fine. I don't think we need all that. Like, it's cool. It's really good for burn and stuff. And honestly, it could go really anywhere, but yeah, it is a bit too much. Oh, Inferno Titan, Inferno Cap. Inferno Titan. 3 damage to a target creature. Divided as you choose. Divided as you choose amongst targets. That would be pretty good. All right. Inferno Titan. I previewed this card, by the way. I previewed this card back in some set. Back in Commander Masters. Magma Quake is good. I think you missed my comment. Are you running Unstoppable Plan to untap everything? We will take their heads. We will get to Unstoppable Plan and like untap cards so that we always have vigilance in some way, shape, or form. Eagle of Deliverance. Eagle of Deliverance is a 6-drop. I think that's just too much mana. I know it puts a shield counter on something, but we're just trying to get out of here. Caltrops. Ooh, Caltrops. Yep, Caltrops. Whenever a creature attacks, Caltrops deals 1 damage to it. Let's hope our opponents don't like take advantage of that and go like, oh, did you just like hurt yourself for no reason? I'll block you, and since you already have damage marked on you, on your creature, we'll just like block and kill it. I guess that's true for Caltrops as well. Okay. And then one more. Oh no, wait, that's it. Yeah, Caltrops right there, right? So Pyrohemia, pay a red to deal a damage to everything. Cinder Flame, deal 1 damage to everything. Fire Magic, deal 1 damage to everything. Fiery Confluence, deal 1 damage to everything. And then now, if you're at a party that, if you're with Inferno Titan on the battlefield and your commander's out, then you can swing and then just like boop boop boop, just pinprick your cards so that you can get treasures out. And then lastly, Caltrops is basically the same thing. Now it's just like forever all the time. Any attacking creatures just take a damage. Can't remember if you kept Akroma's Will, but it kind of nombos with Sonic since protection prevents damage. Protection does prevent damage. This is true. I think at this point it's just like the fact that you get to full out like, attack at someone with protection and they can't block. Okay. These are good ones, chat. Good job. All right, Pyrohemia. Pyrohemia. Primohemia. Cinderclasm. Cinderclasm, Fire Magic. Yeah, we don't want full on like 3 damage out in this deck. Like deal 3 damage to each creature. We don't want Anger of the Guards because that'll kill our creatures more often than not. Fiery Confluence. Inferno Titan will keep We'll keep the rabble off your lawn with Inferno Titan. I like using Inferno Titan to deal damage to other people's commanders who aren't blocking. I love doing that. Fire. Oh, I did fire magic. Hey, Black in Heaven. And then the Caltrops. Caltrops. Oops. Alright. I accidentally added a card. Alright. Third ability trigger. Oh, yes. Okay. And then Caltrops, an unnamed artifact. It's just a bunch of, like, spikes in the ground. What could these be for? Antenna? Amulet of Vigor next? Yeah. We could do, like, I'm trying to wonder, for Amulet of Vigor, how important is it that these treasure interplay untapped? Probably pretty important. Alright, yeah, we can do Amulet of Vigor here. Are there no more, like, Pyroclasm type things, or Cinderclasm? Are there no more type, like, you know, just hurt my own creatures in Jeskai? No, not Reckless Charm. Kind of forgot. Magma Quake? Did I walk into that one? Where'd you go? Magma Quake. Oh, yeah. Oh, I mean, that's... Oh, X damage to each creature without flying and each planeswalker. That's going to go into the Considering tab. Magma Quake we did. Yep, become a... thank you very much for skipping. Appreciate it. Alright, so that's 60 cards in the main deck. And now we want 38 lands. So that leaves us with 12 more cards to go. Or no, wait. 2 more cards. Whew, okay. That's not a lot. I have to cut down on this at least a little bit. I do wish that there was some draw power and some, like, a better interaction. Because, like, we do need to exile creatures, you know, like Path and, just a lot. But we do have removal in the form of creatures. Like, quite a bit of a couple of creatures are going to be like, hey, you know, get in there, start dealing a bunch of damage. We have counter spells to back them up. And a lot of our creatures will be removal. Like, Fear of Being Haunted is a removal spell if our opponents don't have a lot of creatures. And we are attacking every turn. Eventually, we will just get there. Hi, Carol, saw you in Vegas. Was too shy to approach. What? Me? Just want to say it's cool to see you there. Hey, I appreciate that, Skippy. There ain't no reason, ain't none at all, to be too scared to approach me. Not at all. But I do appreciate that, friend. Thank you so much. Pyroclasm. Oh, Inferno. There we go. Okay. So with 60 cards in the main deck and we're going to add 38 lands, I feel as though, like, we don't need to do the equipment stuff. I know Amy's here wanting equipment. And I think for the Sonic set, they did come out with... some equipment. Sonic the Hedgehog, Secret Lair drop. They have Swiftfoot boots, Hammer of Nazan, damn, Lightning Greaves, and they even have Open Armory with Amy art on it and Fabricate. They really want us to, like, look for something. Oh, it's probably something big? Maybe? I don't know. There's, like, a lot of pro equipment stuff here, but they don't fully do equipment stuff. Low-key, I know having all the Sonic characters is cool, but it's tough to make them all work together. Yes and no. And that's kind of, like, a little bit of what we're addressing right now. But, yeah, like, yes and no. Sometimes it's just basically borderline impossible. Sometimes it's just kind of all works out. I do want to put one more card in here. Let's see. Is there any other? I'm just trying to look for more equipment, mainly for Amy. Egg Hammer is just a mere battle sphere. Hammer of Nazan. I mean, Hammer of Nazan does make you indestructible. You know, that's pretty cool. I can't deny that. If needing to drop cards, maybe a Chroma's Memorial and it's expensive and non-combos with your plan. Yeah, it does non-combo with the plan at least a little bit. It is a haste giver, but yeah, there's definitely things to take out. Will Jones. All right, chat. I gotta take this call really fast. I will be right back. I'm gonna get like a water. I have to take this call. So quick break. Don't go too far. I'm gonna get water, take a call, and then I'll be right back, and we're gonna kind of keep on trucking away here. Thank you. All right, so I'm looking at the Sonic set right now. They do have a lot of equipment, like at least just a couple of equipment things in here that I do want to add to the deck. Just so, you know, like Sonic has Sonic cards in it. So we're going to change up the deck list at least a little bit here. I wonder if I can just... Can't add it by set, right? Wonder if there was a quick way to look at all the cards that came out in... No. Alright, we're gonna just kind of add them one at a time then. Alright, so we have Knuckles' gloves. Knuckles' gloves. The sheer aspect that we can throw Sonic equipment with Captain America in Magic is funny and silly. Correct. Hey Reaper Ace, good to see you, bud. How you doing? To our benefit and joy. Our great and most cosmic joy. Let's see. Do we really need to add the Reaver Cleaver? Not really. No, we don't really need to do that. Let's see. Swiftfoot Boots. Keep our commander alive. Swiftfoot Boots. We can do that. Swifty Boots. Does it have the new art on them? No, it doesn't have the new Sonic art. Damn it. Moxfield. Get that in there. get these in here. Damn. I wanted to see them. Let's see. Pico Hammer. The Weather Light. We don't really need the Weather Lights. Lightning Greaves. Lightning Greaves. We'll have Sonic equipment on them. I mean, this is just like protection for our commander. Open the Armory. Like, I guess we just don't really need it. We don't really like. We don't need these equipment for our deck to do the thing. We don't need fabricate for our deck to do the thing. Yeah, it does kind of suck that like we can't make. We can't necessarily make like a full-on Sonic deck. Like we can, but it'll be pretty weak. I think what we're doing right now is like a good way of making sure that we're hitting on like everything about Sonic and what makes Sonic a good commander, even if we don't necessarily get to make it like the most Sonic deck. A lot of sorcery extra combats we can cheat with lore hold. Yeah, that's another thing, right? Like another thing is that we have a lot of cards with lore hold. A lot of instants and sorceries that we could be doing, but we have yet to need to add instants and sorceries yet. You know, we just haven't had to do that. Also, even if Amy Rose attacks, and we don't have an equipment to attach to Amy, she still gives another attacking creature plus X plus O, where X is Amy's power, right? Like, even if she doesn't have her hammer, we still literally get to add her power to someone. If she swings, you trigger Sonic's ability first, give her a plus and plus encounter, then she gets to add 4 to Sonic if she wants. Double Strike, Trample, Haste. Once one or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, create a treasure token at the beginning of your upkeep. Yeah. Miles. Yeah. Yeah, Miles just kind of has flash and flying. That's it. Like Miles will be a 4/2 like the first time he swings, which is not bad. It's just like that's kind of just all he does. A lot of the sorcery extra combats. Yeah, we could do extra combats. We could, or we could just not. I think we just don't need it. I think we really just don't need extra combat. I think that every single time we hit deals so much damage, right? Like we hurt our opponent so much that we don't really need extra combat. We don't need, okay, so we don't need the Battlethopter nor Sigarda's Aid, because we're not going to do artifacts that quickly. Let's add, I have, on Moxfield chat, you can add different packages of cards. Like you can add, we can add, like I have a different mana bases kind of like already set and ready to go. So I'm going to add the Azorius mana base, Boros mana base, and Izzet mana base, right? So it adds all the lands that kind of fit those colors, right? Just like all right here. If you don't have these lands, it's fine. You know, you could just do basics. The lands part doesn't really matter. It's just that I kind of wanted to pre-fill all of this. Alright, so this is 37 lands. I just want to add like 1 plains. Just 1 plane. So now there's 38 lands. Okay. And then the mana rocks. Wait, what is this app? This is called Moxfield. Moxfield.com. This is my definite choice for deck building and deck crafting. And I highly recommend it. Moxfield.com. Free to make an account. It allows us to add different tags, which is what we're doing right here. So like Mana Rocks, we have Arcane Signet, Felwire Stone, Midnight Clock, we don't really need. Soul Ring, Talisman. What's the other talisman? Talisman of Creativity. There we go. The talismans will keep us going. Thought Vessel will keep our hand full. We do need some card draw in here. If you have Archangel Avacyn and Krark-Clan Shaman, you can go infinite with Sonic. Which one? Archangel Avacyn, what, to give us indestructible, and then Krark-Clan Shaman to what, sacrifice and deal damage with our cards, so that we can have infinite treasures. I do like having an infinite in the deck just so you can have like a break glass in case of not winning. I think that we're kind of good, if I'm being honest with you. In terms of, we do have Pyrohemia. Like we have Pyrohemia, right? Which allows us to, just for a red, our entire board state just produces a treasure, right? Like it just straight up produces tap treasure. And I think that's like fine enough, you know? Having Indestructible would be pretty cool, you know? Like that part is neat. But I don't think that we necessarily need it. And even if we had infinite, we don't have enough draw power right now to necessarily. We gotta take out Valimachus. There's not enough instants and sorceries here, which also means that we're taking out Gandalf, which we said we would do. If we kind of realized that we weren't doing a lot of sorceries, then we just take out Gandalf. Gandalf. All of these are good. Do we need these boots? I want them because they're Sonic ones, but we really just don't need them. We have protection to keep our board alive. Monastery Swift Sphere. We don't really do too many. Well, it has haste. It'll always have like bigger stuff. That haste is fine. We don't need to give our creatures haste because they're already going to have haste or flash. Urbrass will give haste to the flash creatures. Rising of the Day will give haste to the flash creatures. This will give us haste, flying, vigilance, trample. Vigilance is really good. That gives us haste. That gives us haste. And buffs. That gives us haste. There's too many cards that give us haste. We actually don't need all of these. I think Fire Crystal is probably too much mana. Anger will end up in the graveyard. We only, I mean, well, maybe it won't. Anger might not end up in the graveyard. Buster Sword at all to cast free stuff on damage. If we were doing a little bit more with equipment, then I would say yes to Buster Sword. But Buster Sword would literally be the only equipment in the deck. And our creatures, like if they get blocked, we get treasures. So we're already going to technically have like more than enough mana. Mask of Memory is good, draw 2, discard 1. That is pretty good. Reign of Riches. Ooh! Yeah! That is a good call. Reign of Riches. Reign of Riches is a good one, right? So now, chat. Reign of Riches. When this enchantment enters, we make 2 treasure tokens. The first spell that we cast each turn, if that mana came from a treasure, it has Cascade. Now that's good. This is good here. Being able to, on like, you know, any given turn, especially if our creatures have flash, right? That means that any flash creature can cascade into another creature. Trouble in Pairs enchant if you don't have it. Since when do I play Magic? Our money? I've been playing Magic since 2011. Although Cascade's kind of rough with our... I mean, it's good for our hasty guys. And our mana rocks. And our haste lords. And our flash lords. Okay, yeah, haste is pretty good. I thought you was the Street Fighter guy? No, we are very different people. I don't even know who the Street Fighter guy is, but it ain't me. Reign of Riches is kind of cool. I do kind of like that one. I think Reign of Riches works better in a Knuckles deck. You know what I mean? Like in a straight up like Knuckles is doing the Knuckles thing. I think Reign of Riches works a little bit better there. Given the ease of making treasure, Academy Manufacturer. Damn, that does give us a billion it gives us a billion clues and food, I guess. Yeah. That definitely goes in the Knuckles deck, like a mono red Knuckles deck for sure. I don't know if it necessarily has to go in Sonic, and if it's necessarily that helpful in Sonic. Not a fair call, Baleful Strix. I just don't think it's that helpful. Trouble in Pairs can be intuited with Enlightened Tutor. Well, yeah, we don't have Enlightened Tutor in the deck, but we do, like, Trouble in Pairs will be fine. We do need some draw value in here. I did mention the Enduring Curiosity. I think because our deck is so based on haste, 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 attack, 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 cards like Enduring Curiosity are pretty good here. Because we can guarantee that we're going to hit at least with like 2 creatures every turn because they either have haste or we flash them in at someone else's turn. So I feel like Enduring Curiosity is pretty good here. Deal damage, draw a card. Alchemist Talent. We don't cast enough non-creature spells for Alchemist Talent. Hear me out. Mechanized Production, alternate win con. That would be funny as an infinite... that would be funny. I kind of like that as a win con better than other things. You're thinking of the other one? Alchemist Talent? Oh, I am thinking of the other one. Hold on. Alchemist Talent? Oh, the treasure ones. ETB treasures can tap for 2. Whenever you cast a spell. Oh, yeah, I like this. Okay, yes, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Thank you. Yeah, Alchemist Talent works here too, right? Like, treasures aren't the main thing that this deck does. There's kind of like an accidental thing that it does because it requires our creatures to be blocked. But treasures will happen. So, one, this lets our treasures tap for 2, which is pretty cool. And once we start casting any spells with treasure, we get to deal damage to everyone equal to that spell's cost. That's pretty cool. That is something that's going to win us this game, I think. Tempt with Bunnies is a good policy card and draw power. Tempt with Bunnies. Draw a card and create a rabbit. Each opponent may draw a card and create a rabbit for each opponent. Okay, your opponents... If your opponents are like me and wise to your tricks, they would literally never let you draw a card. There is no world where a 1/1 white rabbit and a draw card is worth your opponent drawing 2 and making 2 rabbits. Nah. Nah, if you're playing against me, you'll never draw a card off that. I think that it is better. Okay. So here's something crazy. I'm listening. Caltrops. We have Caltrops. Yep, we have that. We have that in third ability triggers. Yep. Self-damage. I should call this self-damage. That's whatever. I call it. It's third ability triggers. Yep, we have Caltrops, Cinderclasm, Pyre Confluence, Pyrohemia is the main thing, Inferno Titan, because that allows us to remove anything and also deal damage to ourselves, and Fire Magic. So we have 6 things in here that will trigger our commander's ability. But good call. We have 2 more cards to add to the deck, chat. 2 more cards. I want honestly, like, deal damage. I want, like, Bident of Thassa in here. Danny Pink. Oh, true. Danny Pink is crazy, actually. Danny Pink is a busted card. It's actually, like, too good. Danny Pink. Creatures you control have, whenever 1 or more creatures are put on this creature, for the first time each turn, draw a card. Yep. So our entire board state, as long as our commander gets to swing, our entire board state just generates a whole nother mana for us. Right? And Danny Pink doesn't have haste, doesn't have flash, but we have lords in the deck that will give him flash, well, mainly haste. And Enduring Curiosity has flash, which is kind of neat. It's actually pretty cool. Yeah, Danny Pink is gross. Gross. 1 more card and we're kind of like in a decent spot. In a decent spot to at least like put it, a bunch of ideas are put together. Trapjaw Tyrant. I see where your head is at. We don't necessarily need that. I see where your head is at, though. Let's see. Anything else that can draw some more cards? I mean, we could also, like, we do need to run some, like, instants and sorceries that will just, like, straight up draw cards, Molten Primordial, too much mana. I need something smaller mana. Our curve is kind of high. Our curve is in that 4 section, which I'm pretty sure is the exact mana cost of our commander, which is kind of a problem. It's kind of a problem. At least these cards, yeah, the flash spells are a bit lower on the mana value. Galadriel's Dismissal, good way to kill someone, phase their board and swing. We have a Chroma's Will that will basically do the same thing. Kind of. Galadriel's Dismissal does do a little bit extra, but a Chroma's Will allows us to, like, potentially kill more people. Expedite, just a 1 mana spell to give something haste until end of turn. Nah. Nah. If we were doing like a lot of spells like that, then yeah, but not in this deck. Thank you. Frostcliff Siege, yes. Yeah, Frostcliff Siege. 3 mana. This is a Haste Lord, actually. So it's either creatures you control get +1/0 and have trample and haste, which I think the trample part's pretty big. Or if we really need to draw cards, you know, whenever one of our creatures deal damage to a player, draw a card. You're probably gonna do the Haste Lord though. No, Flash Lord. Haste Lord. Chroma's Memorial, we have that. Bitter Reunion. That will give haste until end of turn. We don't want just haste until end of turn. We want to have permanent haste. These cards that we have here already give permanent haste. This one is until end of turn, but it buffs them by 2. Duelist Heritage to give 1 creature double strike. Meh. Meh. Red Crystal. I just took Red Crystal out. It costs a little too much mana. I think we have too many cards in the Haste Lord category. And I wanted to lower that. Like, I think I can lower Rising of the Day. Anger is just like a creature, you know. I think, yeah, I don't want to go above 6 different Haste Lords. It's draw. Oh, the Bitter Reunion. Yeah, it's draw. It's a temporary one. I was hoping. I like the idea of like the on-hit draw cards, just because like we're gonna be hitting a lot because we have haste a lot all the time. The Hellkite Igniter can definitely kill people. Kiki Jiki can kill people. Kiki Jiki doesn't go infinite in this deck though. And if Kiki Jiki doesn't go infinite, is it even really worth it? Are we even really playing Magic the Gathering if Kiki Jiki's not going infinite? I really like these natural haste cards. I don't think the ley line affects Sonic. You are correct. All of these cards are, you can cast spells as though they had flash. They don't actually give you flash permanently. So these cards are for if you have haste and we wanted to cast them on someone else's turn, we can. That's mainly what these are. And we honestly don't need to like keep Heliod, right? Like we can honestly just straight up just do Leyline of Anticipation and nothing else. Like we could just do that. That and like that and Teferi. Oh, did we put the blue Teferi in here? I thought we did. No, we didn't. Yeah, creature spells have flash. Your opponents don't have flash, which is pretty cool, right? So, like, now we get this 3/4 that gets a +1/+1 counter that allows us to play anything with flash, and our opponents have to be sorcery speed. Add Zealous Conscripts and Combat Celebrant. We could do that. Yeah, we could do, here, yeah, that can be our infinite. Zealous Conscripts. Well, honestly, just Kiki Jiki and Zealous Conscripts is probably enough if we're being completely honest with ourselves. Kiki Jiki and Zealous Conscripts is enough of a 2-mana win con here. Having a little redundancy is good. Not wrong. Forgot I had this super cool art. And Zealous Conscripts has haste. Isn't that sick? Isn't it really cool that Zealous Conscripts has haste? It's like kind of really, really awesome. Natural haste. Especially since you're not in black. True. Combat Celebrants is your favorite Balloon Man target. Yeah, we also have Balloon Man. So Combat Celebrant. Wait, hold on. Aurelia? Aurelia only gives us, attacks for the first time each turn. Untap all creatures you control. There's an additional. I mean, she does naturally have haste, which is kind of cool. That kind of goes along with the theme in a lot of ways. Uncivil Unrest literally lets us do double damage, which is really cool. I think Inferno Titan might be too cute here. Maybe one counterspell or two. We have creatures with flash. These creatures with flash are going to be our control suite. If we wanted to do like regular Jeskai, we would just take out all these creatures and just do like instants and sorceries that counter and stuff. But we have creatures that do it. So they'll hit for bigger and bigger every turn because they have flash naturally. And they stopped our opponents from wiping the board. We don't need Snapcaster Mage. Yep, with this deck, we'll never be too slow. We also need Torrential Gearhulk either. We just have creatures that do the thing. Aurelia, need it. Combat Celebrant can just be part of our like infinite win con here. Win con. Infinite win con. This is draw power. Draw power. Draw power. This is also part of our infinite win con. This is part of our infinite win con. And so is Kiki Jiki. Alright. So now we have, like, other than the fact that we, like, run over our opponent with, like, a lot of damage at haste speed, other than the fact that, like, you know, anytime they block, we get more treasures to do more stuff with next turn and all that sort of, you know, we got a lot going on for us. A lot of it, you know, 4 mana, a lot of it is contesting with our commander. Subtlety because we have Solitude already. How do you spell sub? No, what? Subtlety. Exile or what? Choose up to one target or put it to the top or bottom. Oh, its owner puts it from top or bottom? Exile a blue card from our hands. We don't have a lot. No. The blue cards in our hand are just straight up counter spells. I think we'd rather just straight up use a counter spell most of the time. Most of the time. But I see what you're saying, Baleful. What's the red one? The red one is Fury, right? Fury has haste, doesn't it? Okay. Fear of Imposters. We thought about that one. Fury has double strike. Okay. Yeah, we thought about Fear of Imposters. We chose not to put that one in. All right. I just want one more, 2 more spells. 2 more. I want like draw spells in here. 2 more draw spells just to make sure that we kind of keep on going. Are there any creatures with haste, or like when they hit with like flying or something, we draw cards? Some low drops. Or whenever a creature deals damage and whatnot. Fairy Mastermind is here. We could always do... We can really just do anything. Curious Obsession. As an enchantment, yeah. That's not like the worst, nor necessarily the best. Because once that card goes away, we just kind of lose it. And we haven't done that with like the rest of these cards. We could just do all of the enchantments that just say like on hit, right? So like Bident of Thassa. Bident of Thassa, that could be part of our gotta go fast package where we force an opponent to attack. We say gotta go fast and then they have to do it. Draw power and 1 more bit of draw. So that we can draw into our infinites and keep on drawing into creatures that allow us to get there. We have Fairy Mastermind, yep. And Lelia also draws us a little bit. Mary draws us a little bit. You know, we already do have like some draw in here. But I just want one more card to round out the 100 on this deck so that we kind of have a more complete package here. What time is it? It's been two and a half hours. All right. Consecrated Sphinx, too much mana. We want something low. Our mana curve is like kind of very 4-centric, which is a little bit of a problem. Because our commander costs 4 already, so we do definitely have a problem with the 4-drop zone. Muldrifter. Sure. You know, I mean, at this, yeah, like at this point, sure. Because it's either Muldrifter or like a second Byleth of Thassa. What, Coastal Piracy, right? Coastal. Oh, thank you. Yeah, there you go. Coastal Piracy kind of rounds out the draw package here. Our draw package is basically entirely based on dealing damage. Polywog. Polywog Prodigy. Oh, I don't know how much. If he had Flash, listen, if Polywog Prodigy had Flash, that would be one thing, right? Because then he gets bigger every turn, guaranteed draw a million cards. That would be one thing, but he doesn't, and he doesn't draw more cards per se. But this is what. So this is 100 cards right here, chat. This is actually like this is it here, and I think that this is where we'll kind of like end this deck tech. He does kind of. If we needed to go lower on creatures, I would probably do Polywog. Like, I would probably trade I would trade Monastery Swiftsphere for a Polywog Prodigy, right? Whenever an opponent casts a non-creature spell with mana value less than Polywog Prodigy's power, draw a card. And if we just simply give Polywog Prodigy haste, Polywog gets bigger over the course of the game. And also, it's like a frog. There's frogs in Sonic. You know, it's fitting. This fits. Yeah, I like this spread here. And then let me take out a card that costs a lot more mana, right? Like, let me take something from the top end to make sure that this goes. I'm gonna take out the Hellkite Igniter. As much as Hellkite Igniter can get a lot of additional damage for the artifacts that we have, because we're gonna have treasures. We're probably gonna have to use treasure in order to get Hellkite Igniter to exist in the first place, because it's a 7-drop, and that's just like too much. We'll be burning a hole in our hand for a really, really long time. Okay, chat. And with that, we're going to do just a big rundown. Smothering Tithe, you know, we could always do that. Wave Break, Hippocamp, yep, we could do that too if we want to get a lot of value in casting like the flash stuff from our hands. But for right now, we're just going to kind of end it right here. Not the stream, but like this deck tech, right? So, chat, join me as we fully cover this Sonic the Hedgehog deck tech. So, all right, welcome to the Sonic the Hedgehog deck check here. Sonic the Hedgehog is a 1 blue, red, and white 2/4 legendary creature Hedgehog warrior with haste and gotta go fast. Whenever Sonic the Hedgehog attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control with flash or haste. And whenever a creature you control with flash or haste is dealt damage, create a tapped treasure token. So, this is truly Sonic the Hedgehog made into a Magic the Gathering card, right? It's all about, like, you know, this 2/4 Hedgehog doesn't really do that much damage, right? But over time, as he keeps on hitting you over and over and over, the more times you give him to attack, the stronger he and the rest of his friend gets before he just absolutely just runs you over. So the deck clearly has a lot to do with creatures that have haste or flash. So the first things that we wanted to go over. So naturally, we wanted to find creatures that have haste as a natural ability. Arthur, Marigold Knight, he has haste on top of being able to put creatures into play when he attacks, right? Eowyn is haste and also has removal built right on her. Fear of Being Haunted has haste, and if you use this card to attack someone who like only has their commander out, their commander is going to be forced to block a 5/3 if you swing with Sonic, right? So every single haste card here has more than just haste. It's haste with something else. Haste with Get Treasures. Haste with Impulse Draw. Haste with giving your board First Strike and Trample until end of turn. Haste and draw a card. There's a haste output on top. All of these cards have an output on top of just simply having haste. Even Monastery Swiftspear ends up becoming really, really strong by the end of the game. And yep. And since Sonic also cares about flash creatures, we wanted to make sure that we had really good flash creatures, right? And what we decided to do in this deck, instead of doing like the normal Jeskai package of having counter spells and Path to Exiles and the normal Jeskai removal package, because we wanted to focus on creatures that had flash, we figured let's just make sure our creatures are basically counter spells in their own right, right? So like Aboleth Spawn, this just makes all of our opponents' ETB triggers probably something that hurts them in response. Aven Interrupter is more or less a counterspell. All we need to do is stop someone's board wipe, even if it's just for one turn, so that we can get that extra damage in there that they weren't expecting us to get because they thought our whole board would be wiped, right? Gandalf the White doubles our ETB triggers if it's involving a legendary creature. Aven Mind Sensor disallows our opponents from tutoring into their deck, right? This isn't a full-on stacks deck, but by utilizing blue-white cards that have flash, like Venser, Shaper Savant, and Tashana's Tidebinder, we get to control the board state while still making creatures that get stronger every single time our commander attacks. That is the value of this deck that allows us to not really have to stuff a bunch of counterspells in here, while still letting us stuff a bunch of counterspells in here. We have a couple cards in here that enable haste, so like Akroma's Memorial, Anger, Enduring Courage, Urbras the Hidden, and the magnum opus here, Uncivil Unrest. We can give our non-token creatures haste, right? And since most of our creatures already have haste, it's really the flash creatures that are going to get haste, but they'll have haste until the turn, which is fine. And then any of our creatures with +1/+1 counters on them, which will be every single creature in the deck because Sonic will give them +1/+1 counters some way, somehow, are going to deal double damage to any permanents or players, right? So Uncivil Unrest, Frostcliff Siege, these are things that give haste to things that don't have haste, which is a very small percentage of the deck, but it means that we get to play hasted spells on our turn, and we can play flash spells on our turn as well if we really need to, and we're not losing that much because we're still able to swing immediately and deal damage. And then in terms of haste lords, we also have flash lords. We don't have too many of them, right? But Leyline of Anticipation, if we can put this card into play early game, then that's even better for us. Teferi, Mage of Zalfir, he himself has flash, and makes our opponents play at sorcery speed, while we get to have while all of the creatures we have flash as well. And then Vidalcan Ori, again, just a 4-mana artifact that just says, hey, everything that we do has flash. The flash doesn't stay on the card, right? The cards that we play all have either haste or flash. That's how they're going to make sure that Sonic gives them a +1/+1 counter. Casting things at flash speed, or as if they had flash, doesn't give them the card ability of flash, so remember that, right? Leyline of Anticipation won't just make your Sonic deck turn on, but it does allow us to play on our opponent's turn all throughout the game. Draw power is going to be really big and important in this deck because since we're not running a lot of instants and sorceries, we have to draw somehow. And I figure since we have so many creatures in the deck, the draw power might as well come from creatures, right? So, Bident of Thassa, Coastal Piracy, Polywog Prodigy, Enduring Curiosity, a card that has flash and says whenever we deal damage with a creature, which we're going to find a way to do it. We have constantly ramping creatures with flash, and usually a lot of flying with the flash creatures or haste. We're going to deal damage and draw a bunch of cards. And then Danny Pink, of course, is a very special card that just says, hey, attack with your commander. Your entire board state just draws you an entire round of cards. So yeah, we're sticking the draw power to stay creature based. And then the biggest aspect of Sonic's abilities, because Jeskai isn't really good at ramping until now. The third ability on Sonic is whenever a creature you control with flash or haste is dealt damage, right? So whenever any of your friends or Sonic runs into an enemy and starts flickering and he drops all of his rings everywhere, we get tapped treasure tokens, right? I didn't put any like Amulet of Vigor in here so we can necessarily like go infinite immediately as soon as Sonic like comes out. It's going to be something that ramps up over time, much like Sonic himself. But cards like Caltrops, Cinderclasm, Fiery Confluence, the brand new Fire Magic, or especially Pyrohemia, allows us to deal 1 damage to the entire board, every creature, just for the cost of a 1, or whenever we attack. Those creatures ideally won't die. They'll get a +1/+1 counter when they swing with Sonic, especially in the case of Caltrops here, but they will take damage before our opponents even choose to block. So then we do get a bunch of tapped treasures that we can use next turn to rebuild our board, keep up mana so that we can have flash spells in order to counter everything our opponents do, stuff like that. So Sonic by himself has a built-in ramp package that we want to make sure that we take a little bit of advantage of, but it's not going to be the only thing the deck does. The main thing that this deck does is have hasted creatures that attack forever and ever and ever until our opponents go down. We have the regular Jeskai mana ramp package in here. There's not going to be too much special with the artifacts in this case. And then protection spells. We have at least 6 in here. All we need to do is make sure that our board stays alive, right? So 1 flawless maneuver can save us the game, because it allows us to have a board state that keeps getting bigger with +1/+1 encounters that we don't have to rebuild from. Teferi's Protection. Yeah, it's a, bracket 3 card, but it just keeps us alive a little bit longer. Clever Concealment, Boros Charm, Akroma's Will just allows us to attack in unblockable. Really, really good. Or even a Flare of Fortitude. And then the last section that we wanted to go over, infinite win cons. There should always be a break glass in case of game just really not going our way. So we do have Kiki Jiki or Jolly Balloon Man to go infinite with Zealous Conscripts or Combat Celebrant, right? So we do have infinite win cons ways just to give us a giant insurmountable board state with haste, which our commander will love, and then we just kind of pile in on our opponents and win that way. It's not the goal of the deck. We're not tutoring up any of these pieces, but it is good to know that there is, if your opponent has just a wall that's too big to get through, no matter how much you're swinging at them with your hasted creatures, there is going to be a way for you to get out of that. And with that, that is the Sonic the Hedgehog deck. This is the first day he's out, so we're going to need to do some playtesting on this. If anyone wants to use this deck, be sure to check out moxfield.com. The link is below in the description, and of course in the Discord, where we'll have further discussion on this deck. But I think that this Sonic is really cool. I love that you're able to play with all 3 of his friends, Miles, Knuckles, and Rose. We didn't get to put a lot of support in the deck for any of these characters. Miles doesn't have any vehicles in here. Knuckles doesn't get a lot of treasure, kindred things, and Amy doesn't get any equipment. But all of them still work with Sonic himself, one way or another. And that's really what matters. They can have their own decks if they wanted to have equipment and vehicles. And that's it for us. Thank you very much for checking out this Sonic deck, and be sure to tell me below how you built your Sonic the Hedgehog deck, and if it was super different from mine. And there we go! Boom! And just like that, chat. And just like that, we've recorded an entire deck tech. We've made the deck through collaboration, and then now there's going to be a YouTube video covering it. Isn't that great? Isn't that great? Don't we love the system? We love the content system. Oh my goodness. And it only took us less than 3 hours to build this deck. That's like a new record for us. That's like a new record. This is fun. Of course, I remember Screaming Nemesis after the video was recorded. Oh, Screaming Nemesis does have haze. Yeah, I think that there is a version of this deck that like leans a lot more into like mono red hasty McHaste face. You know what I'm saying? Like it just leans into it even more so. And yeah, we have cards like Screaming Nemesis that's like a good value creature that also has haze and doesn't want to take damage. So that's actually like a really smart call too. Screaming Nemesis is really, really good. Curse you, Baleful Strix. Curse you, Bale! Full Strix, for not remembering that. How could you? You've ruined the video. Now I gotta remake it. All the people in the comments are gonna say, Curl, you're so stupid. Why don't you have Screaming Nemesis in here? And they'll be like, damn, you're right, though. You're right. We're just bad. Chat, we're just bad. We're cooked. Yeah, the tags for these are just gonna be, Sonic's Friends. Sonic's Friends. We can't take out Sonic's Friends. I also, again, I really, really like that there's a lot of animal creatures, like from Bloomborough, that we kind of get to put in this deck. So that, like, if you really wanted to make it Sonic themed, you could. You know, like, you could have very, very few creatures and throw in, like, you know, Arthur, Polyrog Prodigy, Enduring Curiosities, some freaking owls and stuff. You know, you just could. It's just kind of funny. I like it. Alright. Whew, that was a good deck tag. I want to do, let's see, the next one I want to do, because I actually only want to do one more for tonight. I think tomorrow we can go over some more, but I need to get some sleep this weekend. Jesus. The Sonic one was good. I do want to just cover one more deck tech here. I want to look at, okay, we could either do Eggman or Shadow. I think, personally, I think that there's more we can do with Eggman. You know, I personally think that there's more that we can do with Eggman as like a full-on build, like an actual deck to build around, and that's the one that I want to do next. Sonic the Hedgehog, new deck. God, what is a line that Eggman does? What's Eggman's catchphrase? Mwahahaha. Does he just laugh? Let's see. Eggman. Dr. Eggman. Dr. Robotnik. Oh, look at that art. I love how Moxfield does this art. I love how Moxfield does this. They do such a good job on their website. All right, let's look at that Dr. Eggman deck. Let's see if we can make something here. Zoop. Alrighty. Let's start here, chat. Last deck tech of the night. I know we only did one so far. Honestly, I mean, you could make decks around the other ones. Personally, I think the other ones just kind of fit in decks better. But those are going to be like little smaller snippets that one can do. I don't think I want to do a full-on deck tech. But I can definitely offer some suggestions on like TikTok and stuff. But Dr. Eggman can most definitely be a full-on deck here. So let's read out Dr. Eggman. Dr. Eggman. Dr. Eggman, 2 blue, black, and red for a 3/6 legendary creature human scientist with flying, and at the beginning of your end step, draw a card. Then each opponent faces a villainous choice. That player discards a card, or you may put a construct, robot, or vehicle from your hand onto the battlefield. Alright, so there's a couple aspects here. He's in Grixis, so we have our choice of some villainy here. I would imagine like the main vibe of Dr. Robotnik is the robots, right? Robots and constructs in some vehicles, right? That's the type of deck that we want to build. to make it feel like Dr. Eggman, right? And we have a lot of room for like non-creature, blue, black, and even red, like nefarious things that Eggman can do. So let's kind of look at that. Let's look at constructs. All right, the first topic is going to be constructs here. Are there good Grixis constructs for Mr. Eggman here? For Sir Eggman? Because I don't know. Let's see. Color identity is Grixis. And I want type construct. Sort by EDH, right? Okay. So let's see. Foundry Inspector. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, no, that's a good one. Foundry Inspector is pretty good. I feel as though this deck is going to be rather artifact heavy, right? Foundry Inspector to make artifacts cost less. Oh. Walking Ballista will be part of some sort of combo, right? I'm sure there will be some sort of Walking Ballista combo that we can do here. That seems like a very Eggman thing. Ooh. Actually, we get to put in Mirror Battlesphere, which actually has Eggman art. It has Sonic art on it for Egg Hammer. Mirror Battlesphere. When it enters the battlefield, make 4 1/1 colorless mirror artifact creature tokens. When this creature attacks, you may tap X, untap mirror you control. If you do, this creature gets plus XO until end of turn and deals X damage to the player or planeswalker it's attacking. Yeah, I like that. I like that idea. I wonder if mirror in general can be something that we kind of dive into. Scrap Trawler is definitely pretty valuable here when we're doing some really goofy artifact shenanigans. And this is just looking at constructs specifically. Any other good constructs, chat? Noxious Gear Hulk. That's a good ETB. I remember going online and asking, like, on social media, like, what makes something a construct and what makes something like a robot, you know? And they said that they're obviously like exploring robots more and more as we get into like space and everything. But by and large, like, construct is the catch-all term for just like an artifact creature, you know, like it just the catch-all term, like human, right? Robots tend to, I guess, be cuter at the very least, you know? They tend to be just cuter in large, or at large. What other good constructs are there? I think there's a lot. Any suggestions, chat? What do we got? Oh, I actually really like this one. I actually like these two. Noxious Gear Hulk for a nice ETB destroy target creature. Which is, you know, a pretty Eggman thing to do. And then also Walking Atlas, because, you know, Grixis doesn't necessarily ramp that much. We'll have ramp ability with Mana Rocks, of course, and Grixis has a lot of Mana Rocks to use. Although Walking Atlas, I think there's that new vehicle that does what Walking Atlas does, but like better, right? Yeah, Walking Atlas, it has been replaced by Poo Poo Drone or something. What's it called? From the Final Fantasy set? What one's... it's a vehicle. We'll have to look that up when vehicles come around. Each opponent chooses a non-land. Destroy one of them chosen at random. Cityscape Ooh! Ho, ho, ho. Cityscape Leveler is Eggman in a nutshell, right? Like, is that not just straight up, like, Dr. Robotnik? isn't like the thing is that he makes a bunch of constructs that's going to destroy the city until Sonic saves. Yeah, no, 100%, 100% that fits. That super fits. Yeah, super good call, Nova Galactic. All right, so then let's go over here with those cards. Let's see. Foundry. Chief of the Foundry. Oh yeah, no, Chief of the Foundry, artifact creature +1/+1. Yeah, that too. Foundry Inspector. Foundry Inspector. Walking Ballista. The Final Fantasy art kind of fits too. Mirror Battle Sphere. Mainly because it has that new Eggman art. Does it have it? Does it have it? Does it have it? Fuck. It doesn't. Not yet. Scrap Trawler. Scrap Trawler can allow us to put artifacts back into our hands so that we can put them into play for free. And then Cityscape Leveler. Good call. Good call. So let's see. Constructs. These are good value constructs. All right. There's definitely more. Like 100%. There's more. But just to make maybe we'll double back when we want to check out more things. Actually, no, we can double back right now because I think there's really good artifact creatures. So, do you think a deck like this would be viable now? Selesnya Overlords. Poopa Magoo. We're doing commander decks. That's kind of more my purview. Yeah, that's kind of more my purview currently. But Selesnya Overlords, isn't there that new card, Yuna getting enchantments from the graveyard, enchantment creatures? Like, yeah, no, 100%, right? Didn't realize the difference. I'm new to Magic. Oh, no, don't worry about it, Poopa Magoo. Yeah, I think that deck is viable now. That's my initial answer. But yeah, what we're focusing on right now is Commander, which is just a different format of Magic. Alright, so more constructs. What other constructs can go pretty well in an Eggman deck? No worries, Poo-Poo. Good luck. See, looking at constructs, we have Adaptive Automaton is a card that I see in a lot of decks that I don't think it belongs in. Like, yes, this is a construct that is a lord, and we can, make it do what we want. Give all constructs or robots +1/+1. But I think we're actually going to have, like, multiple different types of things out, so we don't really need to have just, like, a lord of only one type here. But a Thought Monitor, turns out, is a construct, even though it looks like it's clearly from Mirrodin. Yeah, it's from Mirrodin. So you would think it would be like a mirror or something, but, whatever. We could do Seal Overseer. That's a pretty decent construct. And something that goes with the Eggman theme of making robots, a lot of them. We had the Black Gear Hulk, so therefore that also means that we can run the blue and the red one. Actually, are there not other... There's other Gear Hulks. Let's see. Coalstoke Gear Hulk. 5 mana 5/4 with Menace and Death Touch. When this creature enters, put target creature card with mana value 4 or less from a graveyard onto the battlefield under your control with a finality counter on it. That creature gains Menace, Death Touch, and Haste. At the beginning of your next end step, exile that creature. That's kind of hot. We can definitely run this. I mean, I like the theme of Eggman literally just popping up onto the scene with just like an endless amount of just nefarious robots, just ruining everyone's day. Oh yeah, the Oil Deep Gear Hulk, the blue-black one. Let's see if this one is worth adding. So for 4 mana 4/4 with lifelink and ward 1, when this creature attacks, look at the top card. Look at target player's hand. You may choose a card from it. If you do, that player discards that card, then draws a card. That's pretty good. This is like actually some nice interruption as far as Eggman's concerned. It's actually pretty decent. It's also a 50-cent card. Holy shit, it's a 50-cent card. That's kind of wild. And then we can also do the Torrential Gear Hulk if we really want. Yeah, our opponents are going to never want to discard cards. Or sorry, they're going to always want to discard cards to the villainous choice. Yeah, we could really just run every single big Gear Hulk that fits in Eggman's colors, and it fits Eggman as a villain. Is it real Eggman? Yeah, no, this is actually Eggman. This is a 100% real card. This is the Secret Lair that's coming out next week. Be sure to get in line for it. It's gonna sell out pretty well. All right, let's add these to the deck here. Gear Hulk. I'm actually just gonna type in Gear Hulk. We have that one, that one, that one, and that one. And Torrential Gear Hulk too. So that works. And then Thought Monitor. And the rest. Oh, and then the Overseer. Steel Overseer, right? Let's turn on the tags here. So this is draw and constructs, removal and constructs. Constructs, and a cool construct. The constructs definitely fall under like smaller tags and everything, but for right now, I'm just gonna get rid of the just gonna get rid of the global tag. So yeah, as far as constructs are concerned, these are some pretty top tier ones. That's 14. I think, yeah, 13 constructs is pretty good here. So then now, since we covered the constructs, let's see if there's any good, if we can come up with any good robots? Yeah, robots. Yeah, robots are also very much an Eggman exclusive. Robots for the Robotnik. I've been playing Magic since I was like 9. I'm 33 now. I've literally never been more excited for anything like I am for Sonic X Magic. Hey, food time. I'm glad to hear that, bud. That's why they do it, you know? Like their ability to do this Universes Beyond stuff is for that exact moment right there, right? I'm glad that you've been playing since you were 9. You're 33, like that's amazing, right? It's wonderful that you love the game this much. That's great. And now you truly get to have something even more exciting than just Magic in general. I really do hope. I'm a Magic boomer. Hey, listen, I feel that. I really hope that what matters is that you get your hands on this deck. And I really, 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 really hope that everyone is able to get their hands on it. Because it comes out next week. Next Wednesday. It comes out on the 2nd. So I really... Oh, wait. No, never mind. Don't listen to me. I think it's next Monday. The 14th? Oh, that's actually a while away. But yeah, I really just hope that everyone is able to get these decks. Everyone should be able to get these decks. Alright. So I'm going to look up creature type robots now. Let's see. Identity Grixis. And then the... Identity Grixis, and then type robot. Alright, give me some good robots, chat. Give me your favorite robots. Oh, this is already sick. Speaking of great robots, imagine the goodest of boys. Broop, K9. K9's a robot. And a dang good one at that. Yep, K9. Starscream. Oh, that's right. Robots in disguise. You are correct. Starscream is absolutely... Yeah, robot. Oh, that's so funny, actually. You get to put Starscream into play, make someone the Monarch. Oh, that's cool. Starscream, yep. What else? It's actually not too many. Most robots are like robots. I guess aren't really like a Magic the Gathering thing. They're more a Universes Beyond thing. Like when I'm looking at the list here, until they really didn't make robots until Universes Beyond and Aether Drift, which is its own version of Universes Beyond. Blazewing for free is great. Blazewing, Cruel Tormentor. Let's see this card here. Blazewing, Cruel Tormentor, 6 mana, 6/5 at the beginning of your end step. So he will not be here to see the end step that he gets brought in on, because Robotnik says, at the beginning of the end step, do this thing. At the beginning of your end step, target opponent loses life equal to the life that player lost this turn. If no life was lost this way, convert Blitzwing. And then a 3/5 at the beginning of combat on your turn, choose Flying or Indestructible at random. Blitzwing gains that ability until end of turn. Whenever Blitzwing deals combat damage to player, convert it. Yeah, listen. This card for free? Literally, why not? Little Nombo the end step trigger, correct. But, hey, listen. It was free. It's a 6/5. It's still a 6/5 that you got for free, right? Ooh, I kind of like this guy here. This Fallout card, EDE, Lonesome Eyebot. This looks like something Robotnik would make. So for, this is an early game card, but for 3 mana you get a 2/1 with flying. Whenever you attack, if the number of attacking creatures is greater than the number of quest counters on EDE, put a quest counter on it, and then eventually you can pay to sacrifice EDE and draw a card, then draw an additional card for each quest counter on them. This is just like some early game thing to be able to throw down, That's all. How many legendary artifact creatures do you have? Quite a couple so far. With more to come. Diversion Unit. I like Diversion Unit. That's a good one. Diversion Unit is good too. It just sits on the battlefield waiting to counter something. It will make your opponents misplay, because they are just like, oh, well, you're just going to, counter it. So then they'll just, like, not play stuff, which means that you got to counter multiple spells, technically. Is So Robotnik robo-shaped? Honestly, if not Robotnik, why Robotnik-shaped? Oh, I also like this Fallout card here, too. It's normal for Robotnik to have, like, a robot wife, right? So, Curie, Emergent Intelligence. 1 blue, 1/3. That says whenever it deals combat damage to a player, draw cards equal to its base power. And then you can spend 1 in the blue to exile another non-token, non-artifact creature. Sorry, a non-token artifact creature you control for Curie to become a copy of it. That says whenever this creature deals damage to a player, draw cards equal to its base power, right? So this creature will become a copy of a different robot you have. And then when it deals damage, it draws cards. That's great. That's perfect. That's really, really good. Ooh, yeah, Universes... Honestly, it really seems like the Dr. Robotnik is going to be like... It could technically be like a purely Universes Beyond deck. Because I'm seeing like a bunch of Doctor Who robots. Omniclown Colossus being Acorn is sad. Correct, yeah, we can't look at those. Alrighty, let me... Let's add these to the deck really fast. We have K9. K9. K-9, excuse me, pardon me. K9 Mark 1. K9 Mark 1, Starscream. Power Hungry. Blitzwing? Blitzwing. The 2 legal clown robots aren't very good. Yeah, so we'll just skip them, right? EDE. ED-E. Fine. Oh, my brother's watching Star Wars. Cool. Lonesome Eyebot. And then Diversion Unit. Diversion unit. Yeah, the magic robots look like they come straight out of Sonic, honestly. Oh, and there's a racetrack and everything? Yeah, they knew what they were doing. They knew exactly what they were doing. Curie. Emergent intelligence. So these are robots. Alright, these are good robots. We can definitely find 6 more other really good robots. Let's go back to the screen here. We can definitely find more good robots. What other robots are super good? Here is one that catches my eye. Just, again, another Universes Beyond card. This Doctor Who Cyberman. Are the Cybermen robots? Because that could change everything. That could change everything. That could change everything. Whenever it's a 2/1 with Skulk. Whenever it attacks and isn't blocked, it gets plus XO, where X is the number of attacking artifact creatures. Like, you can go ham with that. Oh, they're creature type Cybermen? Oh, okay, damn, sad. Sag. And the Daleks are Daleks too, so we can't do pure Universes Beyond, but like it's still pretty close. We'll still definitely have villainous choice cards in here, right? Let's see, Flame War, Brash Veteran. A robot waifu for Robotnik. Let's see, does she work in here? So 3 mana, 3/2. Sacrifice another artifact with a +1/+1 counter on Flame War and convert it. Activate as a sorcery. Pay 1, discard your hand, put all exile cards you own with intel counters on them into your hand. And then Streetwise Operative. Whenever Flame War deals combat damage to a player, exile that many cards from the top of your library face down, put an intel counter on each of them, and then convert Flame War. I mean, I think that's fine. I think this would just end up being like a 3 mana 3/2 or like a free 3 mana 3/2, and it's still not worth it. Yeah, it's a lot of text. It has to be decent. Yeah, you would think, Food Time. You would think, but like no. No, sadly, that's just that ain't gonna be it. And then let's see. It's kind of crazy that we can't delete chats from there, huh? Crazy. Whatever. Flame War doesn't work here. Cyclonus. Let's see Cyclonus. Does Cyclonus work? Cyclonus is Saboteur. 2 blue and a black for a 2/5 with flying. Whenever Cyclonus deals combat damage to a player, it connives. If Cyclonus' power is 5 or greater, convert it. Cyclonus Cybertronian Fighter. With flying, whenever Cyclonus deals combat damage to a player, convert it. If there's an additional... Oh, there's an additional beginning phase after this phase. So you can untap everything. Yeah, Cyclonus could work here. Cyclonus is it's a slow burn for sure, but we'll have some like artifact lords in here. If we're just after big dumb robots, Relentless X, yeah, that one did just come up recently. We can look at that one too. You know, I mean, like, it is completely viable for us to go after big dumb robots because we kind of get this shit for free, you know? Clockwork Drill. Oh, so hold on. Slicer. Yeah, Slicer. We could also do Slicer. Hired Muscle. So Slicer's just going around, you know, attacking everyone but us, and we're not paying it any mind. You know. While how Slicer has a home in both Sonic and Eggman, it's kind of wild, isn't it? Double Strike and Haste. So true. So true. The connective tissue between the two. Let's see. Jetfire. Remove 1 or more +1/+1 counters from among artifacts you control to get Power Stone mana. Can't be used to cast non-artifact spells. Yeah, we'll think about that one. We'll see how many +1/+1 counters we do. Clockwork Droid. You may exert Clockwork Droid at the attacks. When you do, it can't be blocked this turn, and you scry one. It's pretty lame. Draconian Gatebot. Open it. We don't do attractions. Hey, yeah, we could do, you know, we can do creature-based mana rocks, right? Now, the real question will be, like, for Commander, Do we really want a creature that taps for mana for artifacts, or do we just want to straight up have mana rocks? I think the answer is mainly just going to be mana rocks, right? Like, as cute as this guy is, we probably just want straight up mana rocks. It is robot flavor. It is robot flavor. It do be robot flavor. And Relentless, yeah, Relentless X Atamo. This creature can't be blocked except by 3 or more creatures. And you can pay 8 to bring it back to the graveyard with a finality counter on it. Yeah, it's like a 6/5. I think I feel like that's probably still too weak for Commander. Like, there's just so many more things that we can do, you know? The Dialect Emperor goes crazy. Wish it was a robot. Yeah, listen, it still has Villainous Choice, and it still is Grixis, so we still might put it in. Have no fear. We'll still try. Eggman hiring Slicer hype. True. Have you added the constructs? Yes, we have added the constructs, so we'll go do that right now. I'm gonna take out this robot because we're not gonna run this robot. I actually, like, I have Scryfall open right now, looking for Grixis robots. There's literally exactly 32 cards. You know, there's like not really more options than these, and the rest of them are like energy from the Madison Lee deck, and you know, just stuff that just doesn't really like help, which is fine. You know, it is what it is. Will be more after EOE, I'm sure. Ho food time, very very sure of that one. We actually know that they are actually no, they call themselves androids, but yeah, you are correct. All right, let's go to the deck building segment. All right, so I put Cyclonus twice. That's fine. That's fine. I had something else there, didn't I? Flame War? Oh yeah, no, we really just have like 3 options. Slicer, okay. Alright, let's add Slicer. Hired by Eggman. Hired muscle, if you will. Cybermat, Cyclonus. Precon Commander is a robot. Yeah, and that robot one technically goes in Sonic if you really wanted to be goofy about it. Also, Reaver Titan for vehicles. Yeah, so you were asking about the constructs. So like for constructs, we have like Chief of the Foundry, Cityscape Leveler, and just about every single Grixis Gear Hulk. Right, imagine Dr. Eggman making Gear Hulks and attacking the city. Like, is that not perfectly on brand and on flavor? Like, is that not literally perfect, right? So you have Gear Hulk stuff, Scrap Trawler, Foundry Inspector. You know, like, this is great. Eggman invents a Gear Hulk, always sending music. True. Alright, so then let's go. This is robots, and robots. Gonna make a Walking Ballista Infinite. We can paint cans, like, that's in here. We have the Walking Ballista in here because, you know, it is a good construct, and maybe that is what we want to do. But it's a maybe, you know. It's not like this will probably be our break glass in case of, you know, in case of robots not being enough. We do have an infinite, just like Sonic has an infinite, you know. All right, so then now Chatterinos, shots. So yep, let's go back to here, and now we're gonna look up vehicles. Zoop. All right, we're looking up the best vehicles in Grixis colors. It's not card type vehicle, is it? I thought it was card type. I thought vehicles was a type. Huh. Okay, what is it? No, they're definitely a vehicle. Deadeye, Peregrine Drake. Again, you know, we could do those things if we really want. But let's wait till we get there, paint cans. Because it might just be like Mikaeus. You know, we might just do Mikaeus, Sack Outlet, Walking Ballista. You know, we could just do that. Because Micaiah still just says all of our robots come back from the grave, right? Like, you know, at the end of the day, might be more on theme and more valuably good. Grixis. Vehicles. Okay. Oh yeah, there's gonna be... Alright, give me some Grixis vehicles, chat. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Why is this, Skyfall doesn't do type vehicle. What does it do instead? Are vehicles not a type? No, they are. Okay. Maybe I was just... type Grixis. Type... Vehicle. It's because I spelled it wrong. There we go. Okay. Huh. Interesting. Okay. I'm going through a Mandela moment. All right. Vehicles. Reaver Titan. Reaver Titan is good. Let me sort that by each rec. So let's see. We got Reaver Titan. Pretty good. I mean, listen. So, like, that the Reaver Titan shows up and Sonic is just like, listen, Eggman, I know that we have our fun, but, like, what the fuck, dude? what? Oh, Eggman, what are you doing? Calm down. You gotta stop, buddy, please. Buddy friend, please. This is fucked up. What's going on? Imposter Mech. Imposter Mech is really good. Imposter Mech, yep. Cyber Ship. Cyber Ship. There's a lot of vehicles to choose from. Like, a lot. Cyber Ship is really good. And also, we're going to have even more Grixis ships when EOE finishes coming out. So that'll be great. We got... We have a Thopter Fabricator. I think Thopter Fabricator is actually pretty decent here. Right? Whenever you draw your second card each turn, make a 1/1 Thopter. You know? Like, this is just a... You know, I think this is like just a pretty decent... Honestly, we're not going to put this vehicle into play for free off of Eggman, but we will cast it. And anytime we just, you know, just our second card draw, we just do that. It'll be fine. What else? Some of the Transformers seem good. Yeah, a Young Inertia. We did most of the Transformers are robots, so we already covered the robots. We put quite a couple Transformers in. Thunderhawk gunship, flying robots. God, as if they needed to fly now. The Adeptus Astartes helping out Eggman to slay Xenos or something. So true. So true. The Cultivator's Caravan gets to be a mana rock. Right? It's a vehicle, but also a mana rock on top of that. Like, after Edge of Eternities comes out, we're going to have to, like, revisit this deck for how good it's going to be. Thundersteel Colossus? What the hell is that? Thundersteel? Which one is that one? Oh, Thundersteel Colossus. Oh, 7/7 Trample Haste. The only issue with Thundersteel Colossus... Well, no. We get to put it in play for free, and now it's just like accrue to 7/7 with Trample Haste. There's not really anything wrong with that. I don't see anything wrong with that. I don't see anything wrong with that at all. No, you're good, Young Inertia. No worries. Alright, let's add these cards right now before we go to the next ones. So we got the Reaver Titan. You know, just a full-on Reaver Titan because the Eggman's crashing out. Imposter. Impasta. Cyber Ship. Thopter. What was that? Fabricator? Thopter Fabricator. Thunderhawk. Gunship. And Cultivator's Caravan. Pretty good. Foreboding Steamboat. Foreboding Steamboat. Which one's this one? Oh yeah, when it enters the battlefield, each player chooses 2 non-token, non-vehicle creatures they control. Exile them until Steamboat leaves the battlefield. That's so fucking funny. That's so good. Whenever a Foreboding Steamboat attacks, put a card exile with it into its owner's graveyard if you do investigate. Yeah, that's super great. Put that into play for free, and you just get to take 2 creatures from every player. Like, that's pretty good. That's super decent. Brotherhood Vertibird, yeah. Yeah, Brotherhood Vertibird absolutely goes hard here, right? Just imagine this is like Eggman Sloppy Jalopy sort of thing, right? You know, 3 mana star 4 with flying, power equal to the number of artifacts you control, you know? You got a sack 2? That's fine. We'll have robots out there that are fine to like get tossed away. It's okay. We'll live. Foreboding Steamboat to bring Mickey Mouse into the fray. True. Nautiloid Ship. Yes, Nautiloid Ship is also super good. Nautiloid Ship. I want to make sure. Yeah, I only want like a certain amount of vehicles. Let's see. Vehicles. Because so like we have 32 cards right here, right, chat? So we got to make sure that, you know, with our vehicles, there's definitely some vehicle support that we can get. I'm already thinking of a specific card from Final Fantasy that can go in this vehicle thing. So yeah, let's get like 6 more vehicles. Reckoner, Bank Buster, yep. Bank Buster, Bank Buns, Bank Buster. They go into the graveyard. They're brought back with Nautiloid. Correct. Nice graveyard you had. It'd be a shame if Dr. Eggman allied with the forces of the Mind Flayers just to capture Sonic. Like, Eggman's gotta chill. Eggman has no chill right now. Alright, let's go back here. Still more vehicles, chat. Give me a couple more vehicles that that would go really good with Eggman here. Eggman doesn't make everyone discard, right? So like I was thinking about like Necron stuff, but most Necron stuff is like, oh, you know, like from the graveyard, do X, Y, and Z. And I just don't think that Robotnik's doing graveyard shenanigans quite yet. You know, maybe, but just not yet, you know. Goliath Truck. Mobile Homestead. That's funny. Mobile Homestead's very funny. Ghost Arc. Whenever Ghost Arc becomes crewed, each artifact card in your graveyard gains Unearth 3 until end of turn. That's actually pretty cool. Ghost Arc. So we can just like start recasting stuff all of a sudden. That would be pretty cool. The Belligerent and the Indomitable. True. Oh, hey, I think this card's really good. I put this in my Shorokai deck, and I think it's pretty good for Grixis. Possession Engine. 5 mana, 5/5 vehicle. When it enters the battlefield, gain control of target creature an opponent controls for as long as you control this vehicle. That creature can't attack or block for as long as you control it. But that's fine. You can take people's commanders. Right? You can take people's commanders with Possession Engine, and if they have a passive ability, they just do, you know, like you have that now. Silent Submersible, blue for a 2/3 when it deals combat damage to a player or planeswalker, draw a card. Too bad it doesn't have Skulk. That would be great. That would be way cooler. Rover blades. Oh yeah, the equipment vehicle that has double strike. There's that. Ooh, okay. I like this card here. This is one of the new cards from Final Fantasy that I think would be quite good here. The Falcon, Airship Restored. Also kind of, Eggman theme with just a giant blimp. You have a 3-mana 4/3 legendary vehicle flying. Whenever the Falcon deals combat damage to a player, you may sacrifice it. When you do, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. And you can pay 5 to return this from your battlefield to the graveyard tapped. Perfect. Say less, Say less. Real easy. Real easy. The Titanic. Yep. I was looking through Aether Drift stuff. There's a lot of Aether Drift cards that can... if we were doing more, like, self-sacrifice, self-mill sort of stuff with Eggman... If Eggman made, like, everyone discard, I think that there would be more stuff from Aether Drift for us... Aether Drift for us to use, but it's just not... Like, Aether Drift isn't that type of set, so we don't need to... We're not gonna, like, put a lot of them in here. Even the Last Ride. I don't even think we're going to do, like, the Last Ride. I don't think we need it. We're in Grixis. We'll draw a lot of cards ourselves. Hold on. I'm just looking at Haunted Hellride. You ever see this card, chat? You ever see this thing? Haunted Hellride. Whenever you attack, target creature you control gets +1/0 and Death Touch. We could do we could give that to Walking Ballista and have it start pinging things to death. That's actually pretty sick. And then here's one more. I'm gonna add the cards that you guys are talking about, but this one I also think is actually pretty cool in a sloppy jalopy sort of way. Midnight Crusader Shuttle. More villainous choices. True. I do like villainous choices. Oh, we could do the Necron Monolith too. There's a little... Okay, yeah, we might do like a little self-mill here. Maybe. This is like the biggest maybe on self-mill. I don't think we do, but it's a maybe. Midnight Crusader Shuttle. Oh, wait, hold on. This card has to go in. Damn, I found too many good vehicles. This card is great. Demonic Junker. Cracked card. We can play that early game and just, like, murder. And the Golden Argosy as well. Golden Argosy is a really strong card. Yeah, there's a lot of things that we might be able to do here. You said... I'm trying to look for that Crusader Shuttle. Let's see. Midnight Crusader Shuttle. 4-mana, 3/4 with a Crew 2 vehicle. Whenever Midnight Crusader Shuttle attacks, defending player faces a villainous choice. That player sacrifices a creature, or you gain control of a creature of your choice that player controls until end of turn. If you gain control of a creature this way, tap it, and it's attacking that player. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, that card's just fine, right? They either sacrifice... Well, I feel like in Magic, like, they either sacrifice a dork, or, like, a token, or something matters, You also have to attack... Excuse me. You have to attack the player that you want to face the choice, which could be, problematic. You basically have to make sure that you attack, like, the weakest opponent that has the least amount to defend. I know Record Nerd Bankbuster. I do like the Titanic. I like the RMS Titanic. I think the Titanic is incredibly fitting here. I think it's probably more fitting than this card here, when I think about it. It's Eggman. You got to be the villain. You know what? You're so true for that. You know what? And just like that, Pink Cans, you got me bought. You bought me. All right. Let's analyze this deck. Or, let's build the deck. I'm going to add the Midnight Crusader Shuttle. Midnight Crusader Shuttle. Possession Engine. Possession engine. Possession engine, what's it called? The Falcon? Not the Millennium Falcon. Not to be confused. The Falcon, RMS Titanic. I'm not going to do that Void Strider. Necron Monolith. We're not doing Self-Mill. I'm going to skip those two. Demonic Junker. These are all really, really strong equipment that, hey, if you get Demonic Junker into play for free, even better. It has affinity for artifacts, so it's probably going to be an early drop spell for us anyway, but free is nice. We got to be the villain. Very true. All right, so these are good vehicles, especially getting them into play for free. That's 15 vehicles right here. I think that's a decent start. Ensnared by the Mara. Right, yeah, I think now we'll look at Villainous Choice. Well, hold on, no. Before we do the Villainous Choice aspect, I do want to look at vehicle pilots. You know, it's not like the biggest concern. The deck isn't going to be full of pilots, but there are some creatures in Magic that, like, you know, would fit the vehicle theme that we have going on pretty decently, even if we only see them like so few times, right? So that means that the next topic is going to be pilots. Pilots. Give me some good creatures that say vehicle on them, right? Like, I know there's the brand new one is where are we at? The guy from the captain from Final Fantasy VI. You know the guy. The one. The Veilyard double choices. Yeah, we're gonna do Villainous Choice in a second. Give me a second. Who's the guy? Who's oh, there we go. Setzer. Like, this is the type of pilot I'm thinking of, right? Setzer, Wandering Gambler. 3 mana, 2/2. When he enters, you make a blah blah blah, right? Whenever a vehicle you control deals combat damage to a player, you flip a coin. Whenever you win a coin flip, you make 2 treasures. Like, this is just a guy that's just like, hey, Eggman's doing his nefarious thing, doing a bunch of vehicle stuff. This guy will just kind of help, you know? He's just there to help. He's just there having a good time. The rest of the robots will probably be like the people that crew stuff, but I definitely wanted to make sure that we found, you know, these sort of pilots that really, really care about, you know, the buff that they give to vehicles. Adwell, Breaker of Adwale. That's from Assassin's Creed. Right? Yeah. Assassin's Creed, man. Grixis, and it says vehicle on it. Let's see. There's Edward Kenway. Okay, Adwale. Breaker of Chains. Let's see. See if this guy's good. Adwale, Breaker of Chains. 1 blue-black for a 4/1. Human Assassin Pirate. When Adwale enters, reveal the top 6 cards of your library. Put an Assassin Pirate or vehicle from among them into your hand, and the rest of the bottom of your library in a random order. Whenever a vehicle you control deals combat damage to a player, you may return Adwale from your graveyard to your hand. You know, Massive Nexus, everything is a robot. I don't want to do that. I would rather use the Lifecraft engine. You know, I would rather use the Lifecraft engine because it's a vehicle that says all other vehicles become robots or whatever you want as well, like on top of it. I'm not a big fan of Massive Nexus. I don't think, like, this deck doesn't need to be that typal. You know what I mean? Like, it's not that crazy. If we have good robots and constructs and vehicles in our deck, we don't need a Masswood Nexus to like technically turn our entire our deck full of Eldrazi into robots, right? Like we don't need to do that. Eggman could, there could be a build somewhere where Eggman is just like all change creature type dot decks, and then it's just a bunch of Eldrazi that you turn into robots, right? We could do that. We shan't. If you're gonna go full evil, we gotta go with Expropriate. Oh yeah, we do need to put some like Grixis ass, like just like Grixis being rude spells in here. I like Magmatic Galleon. Here is I guess this is a vehicle, so let me just kind of add it directly to the deck. Magmatic Galleon. Oh my god, we didn't even put Sky Sovereign. Sky Sovereign is just ETB, deal damage. That you can make deals with people by saying like, hey, do the villainous choice, let me get a vehicle so I can remove that problem card, and then you have vehicles that ETB and just deal damage. Like, that's actually really good. It's actually really good. Looking for more things that really care about vehicles. If you're gonna go for full evil, we gotta go Expropriate. Yeah, we'll start looking for evil stuff pretty quickly. I just wanted to make sure that we got any like pilots that really matter. We might do Zarek the Silent King. He's not a pilot clearly, but I kind of like him better than Adwale. There might be a little bit of self-mill that we do or don't want, but it might just be worth it. We might also do... Actually, I was thinking Deadeye Quartermaster, but I think it's better to just say Fabricate. I think it's better to just straight up Fabricate. And then Edward Kenway. 2 in the Grixis. At the beginning of your end step, create a treasure token for each tapped assassin, pirate, and or vehicle you control. Whenever a vehicle you control deals combat damage to a player, look at the top card of that player's library, then exile face down, and you can play it. As a one-of card, Edward Kenway might allow us to, our vehicles give us tapped treasure. Ooh, Makar is good for crewing. Yes, King Makar, that's so cool. King Makar, Midas Touch. King Makar in the car, baby. I think this is that's actually a really good play. Yeah, these are just examples of like just good cards that when we pair with vehicles can definitely do some messed up stuff. Oh, and Canoptic Spider as well. All right. Not particularly a creature, a pilot, but it is someone that really likes it when vehicles are getting to do cool stuff. I think this is a decent amount of things. Oh, Mobilizer Mech as well. I think a one-of little Mobilizer Mech just means that, like, we can crew one vehicle. Like, we can crew Mobilizer Mech for 3 with Eggman, and then we can crew Sky Sovereign or anything else also for free. Rolling Hamsphere is kind of funny. Oh, we could do Rolling Hamsphere. Oh, it's like, Dr. Eggman would love a hamster. Right? Rolling Hamsphere. Let's go over to the deck and add these. Dealing damage based on vehicles. Yeah, that's one of the robots does that, but it's only based on vehicles. We're sooner to probably benefit from anything that says like deal damage based on like artifacts and stuff. We're not going full vehicle. We have 15 in the deck. We might even cut down on some, and I guess some of the Transformers will sometimes be vehicles at times, but it's not a vehicle type of deck. This is still like Grixis, Big Man Blastoise over here. Check it. Yeah, what was that card? It's the card that does damage for the stuff? Setzer. Setzer, Wandering Gambler, Zarek, Silent King, Deadeye, Quartermaster, King Makar, Surge Hacker Mech, thank you. Surge Hacker Mech. And then Canoptic Spider. And lastly, Mobilizer Mech. Canoptic Spider is a spider. Okay. Mobilizer Mech. Okay, so these are... this is a vehicle. That's a vehicle. This is a vehicle. This is a pilot. Pilots. That is a pilot. This is a pilot. This guy is a pilot. This is a tutor. I think I'd rather... Yeah, vehicle or equipment. Yeah, we'll just run fabricate. Like, we'll just straight up run fabricate instead. This is draw power. And then Zarek is... Zarek, the Silent King, is Mill 3 return. This is technically draw power. Okay, we have 46 cards. Okay, I want to focus on what's the next aspect of Mr. Robotnik that we want to look at. Let's see. At the beginning of your end step, draw a card. Cool. We love that we get to draw a card. Then each opponent faces a villainous choice. That player discards a card, or you may put a construct, robot, or vehicle card from your hand onto the battlefield. All right, let's look at what we're not going to put discard punishment into the deck. If we do, it's going to have to be like really, really scary discard punishment, right? Like we need to make our opponent like basically lose the game if they discard a card or they give us something in our hand for free, right? Like that's the type of choice we need to make it. We're not gonna. We might. I mean, Turgid is almost like. Yeah, no, Turgid. No, yeah, like Turgid is a good deterrent to be like, hey, you really don't want to discard. How about you just give me a card in my hand? It feels a little grody, you know. It does feel a little grody, but Turgid does fit exactly what we're talking about here. Where like even if Turgid doesn't get them to like give us a free spell, we still get a free card from our own ability, you know? Ristic Study. Yeah, I mean, that's just value Grixis. Let's see. So let's look at Villainous Choice cards. Villainous Choices. Zoop. Alright, chat. Let's look up some dope-ass Grixis Villainous Choices that we could potentially add to this cool little deck. Villainous Choices. I got a Rolling Hemisphere. Let's see. Text. All right, Villainous Choices, chat. What do we see here for doing something absolutely wild? So, Ensnared by the Mara. The Dalek Emperor is good. Yeah, we'll go through these. So, let's see. Ensnared by the Mara. 2 red. Each opponent faces a villainous choice. They exile cards from the top of their library until they exile a non-land card. Then you may cast that card without paying its mana cost. Or that player exiles the top 4 cards of their library, and Ensnared by the Mara deals damage equal to its total mana value to that player. That's sick. Ensnared by the Mara, definitely a villainous choice. Dang. Genesis of the Daleks. 4 black saga. That says, make a 3/3 black Dalek artifact creature token with menace for each lore counter on Genesis of the Daleks. And that's chapters 1, 2, and 3. And then, at the end of chapter 4, target opponent faces a villain's choice. Destroy all Dalek creatures, and each of your opponents lose life equals the total power of Daleks that died this turn, or destroy all non-Dalek creatures. You know what? I think if we were doing a little bit more Dalek type of stuff, Genesis would be a little bit better, but I don't think it's the best right here. Great Intelligence is planned. Draw 3 cards, then target opponent faces a villainous choice. They discard 3 cards, or you may cast a spell from your hand without paying its mana cost. Wow. That's pretty cool. This is most certainly a villainous choice. Davros, Dalek Creator. So Davros and Dr. Eggman working together. I think just lore-wise, just straight up, that's like hilarious. So for 1 in a Grixis, you get a 3/4 alien scientist. And hey, listen, our boy is known to be a scientist himself. What? Davros, Dalek Creator. 4 mana 3/4 with Menace. At the beginning of your end step, create a 3/3 black Dalek creature token with Menace. If an opponent lost 3 or more life this turn, then each opponent who lost 3 or more life this turn faces a villainous choice. You draw a card for each player that discards a card. Oh, I guess villainous choice is always discard a card or do a thing. Oh, wait, no. Oh, yeah. You draw a card or that player. Yeah. Yeah, I think Davros and Dr. Eggman working together, both from their palanquin thrones over there, is pretty sick. No, it's not. Yeah, it's not. Yeah. It's draw a card. That player draws a card. Yep. The Dalek Emperor, 5 red and black. Affinity for Daleks, so we're not going to have affinity very often. Other Daleks you control have haste. At the beginning of combat on your turn, each opponent faces a villainous choice. That player sacrifices a creature they control, or we make a 3/3 Dalek. I mean, with the legendary creatures we have, we could just be making Daleks, quite frankly. We could just do that. Dalek Emperor is better. We could do both. I mean, we could literally just do both. There's nothing stopping us. There is nothing stopping us. It is more villainous choices. And boy, howdy, are we choosing the choices. This is how it ends. 4 mana. Target creature's owner shuffles it into their library, then faces a villainous choice. They either lose 5 life, or they shuffle another creature they own into their library. I saw someone use This Is How It Ends to great effect very recently. So it's kind of like in my mind to give this out. Or to try this out. I need chat to tell me. Missy, whenever another Missy's kind of good here too, right? So Missy, whenever another non-artifact creature dies, return it to the battlefield under your control, face down and tapped. It's a 2/2 Cyberman artifact creature. At the beginning of your end step, each opponent faces a villainous choice. Each artifact creature you control deals 1 damage to that opponent, or you draw a card and chaos ensues. The chaos doesn't matter, but I think Missy's actually really good here. I think Missy's great. While we're getting all the Doctor Who cards I love, Ashad, I have a deck built around him. Could be good. Yeah, let's look at that. Missy is good. I think Missy's very good. She gives us, more... they're not robots. They're Cybermen. But it gives us more things to do villainously with the rest of our board. For free, right? Like, Missy makes an army by herself. The Dalek Emperor makes an army by himself. Davros makes an army by himself. We're surrounded by villainous lords, leaders, that make armies by themselves. And I think that's awesome. I think that's very Eggman. Hunted by the family. Choose up to 4 target creatures you don't control. For each of them, that player's controller faces a villainous choice. That creature becomes a 1/1 white human creature and loses all abilities, or you create a token that's a copy of it. That's a lot of mana. It's just honestly a lot of mana, right? Like, it is 7 mana remove for things, but there's like a black spell that could do that. And I think that's just going to be like a better thing for us to do. Sikrak's Commander, when it enters the battlefield, each opponent faces a villainous choice. They either discard all their cards and draws that many -1, or they take damage because the number of cards in their hand. Let's do the Valeyard here. Yes, and if an opponent would face a villainous choice, they face that choice an additional time. There we go. That's that good stuff right there. Yep, the Valeyard. Good choice, chat. The Master Gallifrey's End. 4 mana, 4/3. Make them pay whenever a non-token artifact creature you control dies. You may exile it. If you do, an opponent with the most life from among your opponents, that player faces a villainous choice. They lose 4 life, or you create a token that's a copy of that card. That's beautiful. That's great. Another villainous choice card enters the fray. The Master Gallifrey's End. Because now, if our vehicles die as creatures, our opponents either give them back to us, or they take 4 life. That's really good. Mechanized production, if you're gonna... Yeah, honestly, well, mechanized production means it has to be the most of the same tokens, but I think that's very fair. I think what you're saying is true. So let's add all of these villainous people to our deck. This is kind of spicy. I really like the idea of Dr. Robotnik just joining up with other villain people. Basically, it's kind of like what he does already, right? Like, Eggman makes a bunch of robots, sends them after Sonic. When he allies with, like, other mad scientist people, they have their own boss fight against Sonic and everything like that. I think that's cool. I think this is very, very fitting for Dr. Robotnik. He's like, oh, I see you make Daleks. You can improve on your design if you add, like, you know, giant carrot noses to them. And then also, you know, I have technology that you couldn't even fathom, but this nefarious hedgehog keeps ruining all my plans, so they work together. It's like building the Sinister Six. True. I love this Secret Lair. I thought it wasn't real when I first saw it. There's a lot of reasons to believe it wouldn't be real, you know? But yeah, it's real. Great Intelligence's plan. Yeah, this was a vehicle. Vehicle. These are villainous choicers. Villainous choosers, really. Davros. Dalek Creator. Dalek Emperor. I mean, you get to play, in Magic the Gathering, you get to play the Dalek Emperor and Dr. Robotnik all in the same deck, and it's actually kind of dope. Like, they actually work together very well. The Veilyard, and then the Master... which one is this one? Gallifrey's End, yes, there we go. Gallifrey? Gallifrey? Gallifrey. Gallifrey's End. Yeah. So the Master Gallifrey's End, yeah. Whenever a non-token artifact creature you control dies, exile it, and you either make a copy of it, or they lose 4 life. Yeah, these are some villainous choices here. And the Veilyard's going to be like the linchpin for it. Okay, cool. So we have vehicles, 19 vehicles, 9 robots, 3 really good pilots, and one of them is a vehicle anyway. 2 sets of draw power. We're going to keep the Canoptic Spider for sure, but we might get rid of Zarek. And then 13 robots. This makes you wonder if Villainous Choice will be a mechanic in the Spider-Man set. This can't be a one-off design. Yeah, so like for standard, it's either, you know, each opponent discards a card, or you get to, you know, I don't know, symbiote Venom or something. Maybe. Maybe. Maybe, chat. Maybe. Alright, the next part of Dr. Robotnik. So, let's do Mana Rocks next. And, in fact, I think I could just do the packages I have. Dimir Mana Base. Rakdos Mana Base. Isn't Mana Base. Okay. So first and foremost, we have 37 lands, so we do want to go up on 1. Swamp. I'm just going to throw a swamp in there just to make it 38 lands. And then if we look at the Mana Rocks that we have, hello? Mana Rocks? Huh. That's strange. I definitely, like, the packages have Mana Rocks in them. I do that so I don't have to think about it, but I guess I have to add that? It's kind of weird. Okay. Oh, there, okay, sorry. Yeah, I refreshed. I refreshed and they were there. There we go. Mech Hanger for over Swamp. Oh, true. Yeah. The list of lands here are just multicolor lands that go in those colors. It's not like a, you know, you in no way, shape, or form like have to run every single one of these cards. It's just like, hey, here's cards for you to look at. But yeah, Relic or Mech Hanger for sure. All right, Relic. I will have to go through chat. Eventually, we'll do a day where we kind of like make a bunch of packages ourselves for our Moxfield accounts. So we already have an idea of like, okay, yeah, for Grixis decks, we always want to have Relic of Sauron, right? Like literally all the time. We never don't want that. We do want Dimir. We do want the Signets in this deck so that we can keep on, you know, casting spells. We do want the Talismans, of which I keep forgetting that is a Talisman. Talisman of Creativity. Academy Ruins 2. True. Academy Ruins. And whenever we start adding cards, like, you know, just like more special cards, I just start taking out like the most expensive things, so just to make sure that the land base still stays at like 38. Cursed Mirror, nothing wrong with Cursed Mirror. That's just like value, right? We're gonna go back and kind of like look at straight up value cards too. Do note that this deck doesn't have any instants and sorceries, right? We're kind of just like all constructs, which, you know, while good, isn't probably good enough. So we do need to have some blue-black nefarious things. Arcwave Innovation, yep. Arcwave Innovation, yep. So cards that we kind of already want to take out. Because they're just a little too cute. I like these low drops. I think the low drops should definitely say. Slicer. None of the villainous choices is to sacrifice a card, right? Because we don't want to just sacrifice him. Let's see. Whenever one of our creatures deal combat damage to you, convert Starscream. Make the Monarch. We get the Monarch. Every time we draw a card, target opponent loses 2 life. I don't think we necessarily need Starscream. Like, even if we got him out here for free, it's just like, you know, he's like, okay, right? It can't be sacrificed? Oh, Slicer can't be sacrificed? Oh, it can't be sacrificed. Okay, good. Cyclonus. Combat damage. He has to connive. We only connive and get 1 power at a time. Combat damage player with an additional beginning phase after this phase. If we put him into play... Oh, God, 7 mana? I mean, that's like a lot. That is a lot, and our commander doesn't naturally like buff our cards at all. Lose life equal to what they lost that turn, right? Target opponent on your end step. You have to deal damage to other people, and then make them lose that much life again. I mean, that's entirely doable. You know, that's entirely doable. Let's get rid of Zarek. Make sure we have good draw power in here. Draw power. Draw power. Like, you know, Torrential Gearhulk needs to cast something from our decks for free. We said Expropriate, right? We said Expropriate would make like a good mechanic. I mean, how non-creature, non-artifact spell does Dr. Eggman need to get, right? Like, how much Grixis control do we need versus just like, muhahaha, I'm playing artifact creatures over and over and over and over again. I will get you, Sonic, I swear to God, you rat bastard. You know, like, how off, like, you know, it's just like, at what point do we need to put in counterspell? Just to make sure that this deck survives, you know? We have 12 mana rocks. I kind of like 14. I find 14 is my preferred magic number for mana rocks. Oh, one of our vehicles is a mana rock. Okay, that counts. I don't think Cyclonus and Curie belong. I think Curie belongs because Curie can become a copy of Cityscape Reveler or all of these things that have an ETB. Okay, you know what? You might be right here. If we crew vehicles, they get to be, you know, vehicles for a bit. Alright, let's see. Robots are still... Master Transmuter for representation of Sage. I do like Master Transmuter. She's very pretty. She's Brea at the end of the day. Can I read Curie? Oh, yeah, I didn't mean for her to be on the screen, but you're reading her right now. Turn the screen sideways on TikTok, and then you can see the full screen that we have going on. It kind of just worked out that I happened to be mousing over Curry. Master Transmuter. I do like Master Transmuter. Master Transmuter. Who needs to put cards into play directly if your opponents won't let you? What if you simply masterfully transmuted? Let's see, just like value creature. There's Mishra, right? Mishra? There's like quite a couple Mishra that would love to be in this deck, right? Let's see. Yeah, I remember now my first EDH deck was with her. Very jank and never won, but she was fun. That's what matters, baby. That's what matters. Alright, so Mishra claimed like Gix. Whenever you attack, each opponent loses X life and you gain X for X is the number of attacking creatures. We don't necessarily do... I mean, we do that a little bit, but not like the most important thing. Mishra, Tamer of Makfa, has 5 mana 4/4. Permanents you control have ward, sacrifice a permanent. And then each creature card in your graveyard has unearth 3. I mean, getting my droids back to attack another day is cool and all. Mishra's Eminent One. At the beginning of combat on your turn, create a token that's a copy of target non-creature artifact you control, except it's a 4/4 construct artifact creature. That works for vehicles. You can take a vehicle, make a copy of it, and now it's a 4/4, right? Like it's a 4/4 artifact creature with all the text of the vehicle. And then it gets sacrificed at the next end step. I mean, I don't know. It seems like Mishra Eminent One is kind of on point for you, yeah? Tezzeret Master their bridge for another master. Oh my goodness, yeah. Sean, Father of Synths, and Ash, Lone Cyberman. We'll look at both of those. I just need you to remind me. What were we looking at? We're looking at... Oh, yeah. What? I was just looking... Oh, no. What have I done? I think... Because we need a new topic here, right? We got to cut down on cards. We have villainous choices. Do we need Grixis spells? Do we just need, like, good Grixis things? How much are we focusing on robots, artifacts, or robots, constructs, and vehicles? Is that enough for us to win the game? Do we need Grixis spells? Grixis spells. To make sure that we don't die too soon, you know? You know. Sean, Father of Synths. Let me see. Sean... Father of Synths. Whenever you attack, create a tapped and attacking copy. That's a copy of target artifact. Legendary creature you control other than Sean. Except it's not legendary. Okay. That's actually pretty cool. And this is pretty Robotnik shaped, you know what I'm saying? Let me put it on the screen for you. Let's see, just like... Grixis spells. Oh yeah, let me... Sean. I mean, didn't Dr. Robotnik's dad, like, turn him into, like, a machine? Or, like, he's just, like, the reason he likes robots and all that stuff? Robots are the win con, but you still need to stop your opponents from screwing you. Yeah, so, like, it looks like this is an aggro deck, right? Like, this is an aggro deck. There isn't a single instance in sorcery in here, and that, you know, probably isn't the right course of action. But at the same time, we do put in a critical mass of constructs, robots, and vehicles. You know, we kind of just persevere as much as we can, but we do need to have some removal and some interaction. And I think the best thing to do is probably just straight up add it to this list, and then take cards out until it's decent. I have a very different vision of how Eggman wants to be built, but I'm coming back for the wrong part of that conversation. That's super fair. Yeah, that's fair, Wobbler, and I appreciate you understanding that. This is what we have currently, just so you can kind of see what's going on here, right? So, you know, we did our breakdown thing, looked for the, you know, the best constructs that we were thinking about. I like the idea of Eggman just consistently making Gear Hulks and Cityscape levelers that Sonic has to, you know, save the city from. Like, I think that's very cute and funny. So I kind of really like the Gear Hulk idea here. So you have some Gear Hulks, constructs that kind of help us draw, but we can kind of upgrade that a bit. Mana Rocks. I do want 14 Mana Rocks. I find 14 is kind of the sweet spot. Spell-wise, Suit Up maybe? Meh. Pilots. You know, we got King Makara, the Gold Cursed. Mobilizer Mech, like, helps crew other vehicles. And Setzer, because I just remembered him from the Precon. Cult of Skaro. Oh, yeah. Right, the Cult of Skaro. Choose one at random. Plus one builds encounter each artifact creature. Draw 2 cards. Create a Dalek. Each opponent loses 4 life. I mean, none of those abilities are bad. Like, not a single one of them. They don't have too much support, right? They don't, like, make the Daleks enough. Yeah, I'm not about that one. I'm not about that one. So yeah, pilots. Noxus Gear Hulk is removal. Kind of just want to take that tag off. Well, we'll keep it on for right now. In terms of good robots, a lot of the Transformers are obviously, like, kind of up there. We're thinking about just like, hey, if our opponent lets us get this into play for free, that's a Blitzwing for free. Even though Blitzwing doesn't get triggered on the end step, he was still placed there for free. Curie, I think Curie's really good, robot-wise, to just become a copy of an artifact creature you already have, and then be able to hit. Also, you can do that at instant speed. It's not even sorcery speed for Curie. That's kind of crazy. Cybermat, you know, if we kind of go mass artifact creatures, we get to do that. It's a Dalek, so no cheating in Eggman, my bad. Oh, yeah, exactly. I don't like Cyclonus enough. I think Cyclonus will never be at 5, and we have to be at 7 mana in order for him to, like, do the thing. Yeah. Diversion unit. It's an Eggman-shaped robot. EDE, you know, just like early game robot stuff that might draw us a lot of cards later on. Canine Mark 1, Slicer, just keeps on attacking people. Starscream, I think we can avoid Starscream. I think Starscream wants to do some, you know, Monarch shenanigans that we just don't do. And then vehicles we have here, kind of went a little overboard on it, but like Brotherhood, Vertibird, this is also going to be a mana rock. Mana rock, we got a Cyber Ship, deal combat damage, make 2/2s, etc. Demonic Junker is a card that is near and dear to my heart. I think this card is really, really good. Golba seems nice for some reason. See, that's the thing. I don't know if we wanted to make this into artifact graveyard manipulation type-ul, you know? Like, I just didn't know if we wanted to do that. Because, like, Surveil is cool. Surveil is even cooler when you're choosing to put cards into the graveyard because you get a benefit out of it later. Eggman doesn't naturally do that himself, but, like, the deck can. Foreboding Steamboat, exile some stuff. Imposter Mech, become some stuff. Magmatic Galleon and Sky Sovereign both say, like, hey, these are political pieces, so you can go, hey, opponent, that card's a problem there. That commander that he's not blocking with is a problem. Choose to take the villainous choice and let me put a vehicle into play for free, and I'll remove that spell. But at the same time, Magmatic Galleon could just straight up be a lightning bolt and kind of do the same thing, you know? So it's kind of, you know, it's kind of still a choice here. I'm gonna take out that one. Possession Engine takes people's commanders. Reaver Titan exists. That's kind of fucked up. RMS Titanic can net us treasures. Bankbuster, Surge Hacker Mech. Oh my god, I thought these were the same card for a second. Yeah, Bankbuster, Surge Hacker Mech, Rolling Hamsphere, Thopter Fabricator. So it's just like if we have any additional draws, which if we're doing things right, we will. Then Thunderheart Gunship and Falcon Airship restored. And then we have our Villainous Choice cast over here. I think we're having the most fun just like thinking of the different Villainous Choice things that we can make people do where it just kind of sucks for them. That's all. That's kind of like the main theming there. It's like how many Villainous Choices are we going to face? Eventually your opponents cannot discard cards, so they'll be, triggering your abilities. Feldown would be cool if we do grave stuff. Yeah, that is definitely a different dimension. Like, if I wanted to kind of transition into doing, like, grave shenanigans, I think it would just be, like, cut all the vehicles, Gobles to surveil every artifact into your graveyard, and then just, like, wipe the board as much as you can while you accrue currency. The currency being Magic the Gathering. Yeah, I like Mobilizer Mech does help in terms of crewing things, but we only have so many creatures to crew stuff. They're not that far. 3? I mean, yeah, like 3s and 4s, like that's kind of fine. Nicol Bolas Ravage, because it's fun and discards putting on more pressure. We could do Nicol Bolas, the Ravager. That would be quite the choice for us to do. As another villain, another villain for Eggman to contend with. This is a value creature. Alright. I think King Makar is too cute. As very, very good as he is, and people might not get what he's about, I think it's definitely a little too cute. Whenever vehicle you control deals combat damage to the player, flip a coin. Whenever you win a coin flip, create 2 tap treasure tokens. You know what? I'm gonna say no. Robots. I think robots are good. We're at exactly 100 right now. Cyber Conversion is your favorite piece of removal, and it's on theme. It is on theme. Ugh, but we're at exactly 100 cards. And we don't have a single lick of removal. Like, we have creatures that remove, technically, but we don't have the vast wealth of Grixis spells at our disposal, because we just kind of didn't put them in here. Makar was removed. Yeah, he's a really good pilot. I think I just cut the entire pilot program. That's why. Yeah, there are no pilots. Canine's good. Lonesome Robot. I mean, I guess the chances that we swing with a bunch of robots and then eventually want to pay 3 to draw cards is kind of silly. That's still silly. Subversion Unit, like, that's an actual counter spell. This is a counter spell. This is like unblockable damage spell. This is just trying to make everything run. Damage. Damn, 38 lands. Curse you, Command Zone, for saying 38 lands, and now it's just like, damn. I tried 38 lands, and they were actually correct. My deck ran way smoother than before. I mean, we could try before. Let's see. We have we have the card that says artifacts cost 1 less. Aether, Vidalkin, it's not Archmage, it's Engineer. Yeah. Gee, no. Vidalkin Engineer is a different sort of win con. What's the Mana Dork? This is not the first Sean in Magic. That's crazy. Once again, plugging my boy Ashad. Ashad, the Lone Cyberman. The first non-legendary artifact spell you cast this turn has casualty 2. So you get a copy of it as long as you sacrifice a creature power 2 or greater. Whenever you sacrifice another creature, put +1/+1 counter on Ashad, the Lone Cyberman. Okay, so... I mean, non-legendary artifact spells have has casualty 2. Damn, that's really good. That's really cool. It feels like a... Whenever you cast another creature, put +1/+1 counter. Yeah, that's really good. Ethereum Sculptor, thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna toss toss the poor man's Mishra in here. And then what did you say? Ethereum Sculptor, yep. Boop, boop, boop. Ethereum Sculptor. Let's kind of transition over to here. Ethereum Sculptor will definitely help us out here in the vastness of all the things we can do with a commander that actually cares about a card type. Shot the Lone Cyberman. Okay, is Lithoform Engine too cute in this? Yeah, we have a creature that doubles villainous choices. We don't necessarily need Lithoform Engine to pay 2, tap it, and then like make everyone do it again. You know. Let's see. We're still at 98 cards. What can we really put in here that like really will mess them up? Even if we were to end here. Just got back. Do we have Cyberman Squadron? Shit. Yeah, that's really good. Like, Cyberman Squadron is good in this deck because, well, like, non-legendary artifact creatures you control have Myriad. So all of our vehicles would come into play and then not be vehicles, which is a shame. But the rest of the robots that are attacking will definitely, you know, get stuff. Although, I'd have to attack with Chief of the Foundry and Foundry Inspector. But we do get ETBs on the Gear Hulks. And you know what? Never mind. That's it. That's actually really all we needed. Mm-hmm. That hit, I think. Or they hit, I think. Yeah, they, well, no. They stopped, they have Myriad. So, right, like, you crew a vehicle, you swing with it, the vehicle clones come into play, they do not get to hit. They simply, like, are not crewed anymore. But I do like Cyberman Squad. Okay, Fabricate. There we go. 1 Fabricate coming right up. We're at 100 cards. We've definitely tapped out on adding more creatures, you know? Value creature. I know, it's whack. How do we goldfish this? Let me see. Let's, is my overlay ready for it? My overlay is not ready. Is not ready for play testing, but you know what, we're gonna play test it anyway. Oh yeah, it's kind of ready. Okay, I'm gonna just pretend. Oh no, we don't need to pretend that hard. Okay. Okay, if we kept this next turn, all right, we have a tap land, or just don't even have that. Command tower. And next turn I'm gonna draw. Clear other pathway into diversion unit. Put the Fear Guiding people fast. Talisman of Indulgence to then do this here. Draw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Cultivator Caravan. Dalek Emperor. So like we're just now kind of getting into like the Daleks and creatures and stuff like that, which kind of makes me a little leery about how far this deck can go, right? Like the deck feels very 3, or honestly it feels very 2. Let's see. Next turn, draw. Alright. Training Center. Signet. Next turn. Fellerstone. Okay. Play our commander. Never mind. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh yeah, our commander's 5. Play our commander, villainous choice. We draw a card, which is always nice. And then we either put into play a free Reaver Titan, or we simply don't, right? Like, this is early enough in the game where people still have cards in their hand. Yeah, we simply just play a Reaver Titan. We can't crew it because he's only a 3/6, but what matters is the thought. It's the thought that counts. Next turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The Great Intelligence. We'll do the Vailyard. And then just say, yeah, I mean, you have to put in a new giant Reaver Titan with our commander. Yeah, we either like allow us to put into play the Sky Sovereign so that we can just kill something, or they just discard cards, which is also fine. Yeah, this is not like the worst deck. This is not the worst. I do feel as though I'm doing something every turn one way or another, so it's not impossible. Cyberdrive Awakener. So I did think about Cyberdrive Awakener. It is a construct, so we would be able to do stuff with that. It would turn all of our vehicles into 4/4 flyers until end of turn, and all of our mana rocks are 4/4 flyers until end of turn as well, which is pretty cool. So yeah, what was what's the card? Cyberdrive. Cyberdrive. Yeah, Cyberdrive Awakener is a finisher spell. It is a nice finisher. It sucks that like these robot. Oh no, they get medals. That's right. Other artifact creatures you control have flying. Yep, super good. Yeah, super like Cyberdrive Awakener. It's a nice finisher. I like where the deck is going. Yeah, we're at 101 cards. I think this is like, I think it's okay. It is okay to stop here for now, because this is also like midnight for me. So yeah, I think we're gonna stop here for now. Man, we really don't have draw. We really don't draw cards. We don't draw cards enough. Thought Monitor is like not where we want to be in terms of like, hey, this is my only draw this game. But I do like where the deck is going as well. We might not need it. Now that I think about it, I mean, Eggman does say we draw a card at our end step, right? Like, we do just, you know, our commander is out, we get a card. No, Urza's Battlethopter? Damn, that is good. That is good. That is good. Urza's Battlethopter. You may cast colorless and artifact spells as though they had haste. Yeah. All right. I want to take out something big for that. I'm still on this Blitzwing thing. It's just, yeah, we have to deal double damage. It's fine. Light creature. All right. Chat, I think this is it. I think we've gotten at least at the very least a start for Dr. Eggman. Okay, so we're gonna drink some water, and then we're gonna break this deck down really fast, and then we're gonna call it a night from there. Okay, but yeah, Urza's Battlethopter, Trent Roscoe. Hey, thank you very much for that one. All right. Dr. Eggman is in Magic. That like this is not a drill. This is no proxy cards or anything like that. This is the actual Dr. Eggman, Mr. Robotnik over here for 2 blue, black, and red for a 3/6 human scientist with flying, and at the beginning of your end step, draw a card. Then each opponent faces a villainous choice. That player discards a card, or you may put a construct, robot, or vehicle card from your hand onto the battlefield. So, breaking this down very simply, right? Like, there's a lot of ways to build Dr. Eggman. I think that this one way is definitely not the only one. You're going to see a lot of people doing Grixis like self-mill, Grixis discard, Grixis control. They're not really going to focus on, they're going to believe that you're pretty much always going to discard a card, or, you know, there's only like so many really good constructs, robots, or vehicles. They won't focus on it too much, but they'll use the Grixis abilities to really do just a lot of damage, make your day worse. Personally, I would like to see Dr. Eggman make a bunch of robots attack a city as he does, and Sonic and friends have to go and save the city. You know, like that's just what they gotta do. So we're gonna build a deck that's based on Robotnik doing that exact thing. But the most important part is that he's allying with other villains within Magic the Gathering to make more villainous choices. So first up, these are the constructs that we found are really cool. You know, Chief of the Foundry, your artifact creatures get +1/+1. Foundry Inspector, artifacts are cheaper. You know, all of this stuff sort of makes sense, right? We want to cast artifact creatures and artifacts themselves. Having these robots over here that make them less sounds pretty good for Dr. Robotnik. But the main theme here is cards like Cityscape Leveler or Gear Hulk. Multiple Gear Hulks. All of them feed into that like narrative of Dr. Robotnik now has the power of the multiverse, and he's building bigger and bigger machines that our lovely heroes are going to have to take down if they can. We have a little bit of draw power here. We're gonna need a little bit more. Mana rocks. We do have the typical Grixis package, and then we have some additions with Cultivator Caravan, because that is also a vehicle that taps for mana as well. We want to make sure that we're always able to cast these spells. And really, I would go up to 14 mana rocks if I could. No, cut that part. But yeah, mana rocks are going to be very integral to having Grixis actually ramped, because Grixis doesn't ramp by itself, but it does play a bunch of mana rocks. Next up, robots. Most robots are... this is a very Universes Beyond centric deck, because most robots are either from Fallout, Transformers, or Doctor Who, right? And then they're just now making robots in Aether Drift. And hey, listen, a lot of the robots in Aether Drift look like they come straight from a Sonic game, because one, they're very circular, just like Dr. Robotnik, and there's like racetracks all around, just like Sonic would have. So yeah, it's actually very funny that there's a lot of vehicles and robots from Aether Drift that go into this set. But most of this is Universes Beyond. You have Cybermats, K9, Slicer, Curie. All of these are really, really good robots, but most of the robots are Transformers cards, which are sometimes good for us, sometimes not very. We have 38 lands. We have Fabricate. There is a Tails art on Fabricate, so we just wanted to throw that in there. Some creatures that aren't either robots, constructs, or vehicles, but they are very valuable in this deck. Cyberman Squadron can mean that the next time we swing, it's just a big, giant finishing move. Liberator Urza's Battlethopter, a creature that allows us to start casting all these artifacts at instant speed. And then cards like Sean, Father of Synths. This is Dr. Eggman really allying with other big main characters that are doing some wacky robotic stuff. And turns out Sean, Father of Synths is really, really helpful in that endeavor. Looking at our vehicles, we have 19 different vehicles. We probably went a little overboard. And since Edge of Eternities comes out in like a month and a half, we're going to have even more vehicles to stuff into this deck. So we're going to have to go back and rebuild this. But some vehicles that we really, really liked. Brotherhood Vertibird, right? A giant, giant creature that's going to get powered up for every artifact we have. Cybership, a big old battle station for us to start stealing people's cards from. Foreboding Steamboat. As long as we have more than 2 creatures out, we're able to exile 2 creatures from everyone's board until this goes away. Imposter Mech, that's always straight value there. Cards like Sky Sovereign and Magmatic Galleon are both political pieces where we can say, hey, one of you, we want to get rid of that problem card over there. If you simply take the villainous choice and allow me to put a vehicle into play, I have removal for it. So this is our bit of removal, but we could also probably trade them for spells. Possession Engine lets us take commanders. Nautiloid Ship allows us to take graveyards. The Falcon Airship Restored is a brand new card that allows us to get cards back from our graveyard. And then Thopter Fabricator. We draw multiple cards with, at the beginning of our end step, we draw a card with Eggman. That's one more Thopter that we can use to block with. But the biggest magnum opus here is clearly Reaver Titan. If our opponents allow us to put Reaver Titan into play for free, we're doing great. We're in a really good spot. And then lastly, the biggest aspect of this deck is Dr. Robotnik making villainous friends all over the multiverse. And a lot of the Doctor Who cards, all of them saying, all of them having a villainous choice aspect to them, are all kind of similar to Dr. Robotnik, where they are villains that unleash hordes and hordes of robots at the protagonists of the shows or games. And well, now they're going to be chilling with Dr. Robotnik, especially Davros over here, and they're going to make all of our opponents face villainous choices as we send waves and waves and waves of robots towards them. So Davros Dalek Creator, we make a 3/3 Dalek, and then a villainous choice if they lost 3 or more. Sorry, let me just repeat that part. Cards like Davros Dalek Creator are really good here. You're going to make a Dalek at the beginning of your end step, so you get to build a bigger board state, and then there's a villainous choice. Missy, whenever a non-artifact creature dies from anywhere on the battlefield, you're going to get them back as Cybermen. The Dalek Emperor makes you more Daleks and gives villainous choices. The Master Gallifrey's End, your board state could die, right? Including your vehicles. You can exile them, and you can either get them back as a token copy, or your opponents lose 4 life for each one. And then, of course, finally, the Veil Yard, right? Whenever an opponent would face a villainous choice, they do it an additional time. That's just great, right? We really want to see the Veil Yard every single game that we can, because this is just super fun. But that is Dr. Robotnik's first foray into the multiverse. Again, once Edge of Eternities comes out, there's going to be a lot of changes we can make to this deck. We could do just straight up vehicles, right? But this is at the very least a look at the different constructs, robots, and vehicles that you can throw into play and start sending them at Sonic. And of course, the villainous choice allies, or villains I should say, that you get to throw into the deck too, really make this deck spicy. And that's it. If you want to see more decks like this, be sure to follow, like, comment, and subscribe. Join the Mox Field, join the Discord, and check out all the cool decks we're building. Have a good night. And there we go. Boom. Boom. A recording. We spend honestly only 2 hours on this deck, building it up, and then record a little YouTube video, just like that. And we're gonna end stream, and then I just send this over to the editor, and then, we have some videos up. But this was pretty fun. We only got through Sonic and Dr. Eggman. There are decks that can be built around Tails and Amy, and especially Knuckles, and especially Shadow, right? Like, there are decks that can be built around those characters. We just don't have the time to do them tonight. Maybe we want to do probably just Knuckles, to be honest, but I think that's going to be content where I just kind of just a little short that says hey, this is what you can do in a Tails deck if you really wanted these vehicles in a Tails deck. Give Shirokai flying and you're going to have a really good time, or just put a Thunderhawk gunship. It already has flying, you get to draw a card. We don't really need to talk about how Tails is going to be good until Edge of Eternities comes out. Then we can do a full-on Tails build. But thank you very much, chat. I really appreciate you being here. I hope that you had a lot of fun. We had chat was banging when we were doing the Sonic the Hedgehog deck earlier, and you were also banging when we were doing the Dr. Robotnik deck here too. I'm going to make sure that these are in the Discord tomorrow. Got to do some stream upkeep and everything. I'll probably do that before I start stream. Let me figure out where I'm going to drop everyone off at. I'm going to start ending the streams elsewhere. So for those who are watching on Twitter, thank you very much for being here. Peace. For those of you watching on Facebook, thank you very much for being here. And goodbye. YouTube, appreciate you as always. You've been great. Have a